21, 1975, and this is my monthly audio letter number 3. Today I want to discuss 3 major topics. The first 2 is in response to some things people have asked me about, and the third topic has to do with some major shifts which are now in the works in the plans of the Rockefeller brothers. These topics are: 1, the truth about the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. 2, some little-known examples of economic power held by the Rockefellers and how they hold that power. 3, how the Rockefeller plans for World War III are being altered by Indira Gandhi's crackdown on the CIA in India. Before I launch into these 3 topics, however, I want to respond to numerous inquiries I've received in a different vein. There are a number of specialized newsletters which deal with various aspects of political economics, and I am often asked if I can recommend any of them. I believe I have a responsibility to direct you toward reliable information sources, which in general do not include the Rockefeller-dominated major news media. One dealing with general news is the Daily News Digest published by Research Publications, Post Office Box 27496, Phoenix, Arizona 85061. The other, which focuses primarily on financial affairs, is International Moneyline. Moneyline is one word: 16 East Trail, Trail, Darien, Connecticut 06820. These complement rather than duplicate one another, and I suggest that you write to them both and decide for yourself. And now, topic number 1. On November 22, 1963, the nation and the world were shocked and stunned by a horrible news bulletin from Dallas, Texas. If you heard that bulletin, you probably remember exactly what you were doing when you first heard the impossible news. President John F. Kennedy, riding in a motorcade past thousands of friendly onlookers, had been shot. All too soon, our worst fears were realized, as we were told that our president had been assassinated. In remarkably short order, attention focused on a single suspect, namely Harvey Oswald, who was promptly rounded up and jailed. Oswald's background was thoroughly documented in government files and was the type that would normally have subjected him to intense surveillance by the Secret Service during the president's visit to Dallas. And yet the fact that Oswald was an employee of the Texas School Book Depository right on the parade route seemingly escaped attention ahead of time. But immediately after the shooting, he was immediately traced, cornered, and arrested. He was very nearly killed in a shootout in a movie theater, but instead shot and killed a police officer there and wound up being taken alive. Oswald's survival, however, was quickly remedied, and on nationwide television no less. Arrangements were made for Oswald to be transferred from the Dallas jail to another location, and TV crews were on hand to cover it. As he was en route from his jail cell to a waiting police car, a man named Jack Ruby, well known to the Dallas police and instantly recognized by them, was permitted to make his way to Oswald's side while still inside the police station. Millions of people watched in utter disbelief as Ruby proceeded to shoot and kill Oswald before their very eyes. Oswald had been protesting over and over that he had been made a patsy, but now he would never get to explain what he meant. Then Ruby himself was the next to go. Tough, rugged, healthy Jack Ruby strangely became ill and soon died while in jail. But Dorothy Kilgallen, the syndicated columnist who was also famous as a panelist on the TV show What's My Line, announced that she was about to blow the case wide open. She said that she had talked with Ruby and was about to publish explosive material he had given her in her next column. By odd coincidence, she never wrote the column, or at least it was never published. Instead, she allegedly died from a mixed dosage of drugs and alcohol, even though she reportedly had no history of using either to any significant extent. Thus began a nightmare of confusion, doubt, frustration, and fear for the American people. Key people with information bearing on President Kennedy's murder died or vanished left and right in the months that followed, defying all laws of chance. The government's official investigation of the assassination was carried out, of course, by the Warren Commission, appointed by our new President, Lyndon Johnson. The commission was chaired by the then Chief Justice Earl Warren, but was actually guided to a considerable extent by a senior member of the commission, then Congressman Gerald Ford. Ford's political star rose continuously from then on, and of course he is now our first appointed president. The basic proposal for the 25th Amendment to the United States Constitution, under which both Ford and Nelson Rockefeller acquired their present offices by appointment, was introduced in the Senate only 3 weeks to the day after President Kennedy was killed, almost as if it was ready and waiting. This proposal was introduced on December 13, 1963 by Senator Birch Bayh, who had been put into office by none other than Nelson Rockefeller. After the Warren Commission completed its work, Ford wrote a book strongly defending it. There is now a growing hue and cry to reopen the case. But if you think President Ford will ever do it, at least voluntarily, much better to think again. All of this is no doubt familiar to you. Embarked on a campaign to alert Americans to the presence of nuclear warhead missiles in Cuba, aimed at the defenseless underbelly of the United States. For months, he was ignored, scoffed at, and ridiculed by appointed officials in the government. He might just as well have said, quote, "The gold is gone from Fort Knox," unquote. Obviously, such a thing was too mind-boggling to be true. But after a while, President Kennedy became concerned personally that there might really be something to Senator Keating's charges. He decided that in any case, they should at least be seriously investigated so that the country's fears could be put to rest if they proved untrue. Such a course of action is nothing more than common sense. And once the President took a personal interest in the matter, it was quickly discovered that Senator Keating's patently ridiculous charges were true. We all know that within a matter of days, with the United States on a worldwide military alert, President Kennedy went on nationwide television to tell Americans about the missiles and to demand that Russia remove them immediately. The Cuban Missile Crisis was upon us. A lot of Monday morning quarterbacking has been done in the years since. Many things have been debated, such as whether or not he was wise in not demanding on-site inspections of Cuba afterwards to guarantee that all the missiles were really gone. But regardless of any of these arguments, John Kennedy's courage in doing what he did was even greater than most Americans realize. For he was not only confronting the Soviet Union in a deadly showdown, but he was also double-crossing the Rockefeller interests, who had enabled him to become president in the first instance. By exposing the Cuban missile buildup and stopping it just short of fully operational status, John Kennedy threw a massive monkey wrench into an attempt to speed up the schedule of nuclear blackmail, which is part of the Rockefeller plan for complete control of America, in cooperation with their ancestral home, Mother Russia. Thanks to Kennedy's action, an entirely new missile base in the Caribbean would now have to be found and developed to replace Cuba. As I say these words, this job has been accomplished. The Republic of Guyana, Guyana, a neighbor of Venezuela, has been turned into a complete police state by Forbes Burnham, who was put in office for that purpose by David Rockefeller. The Temera airfield in Guyana, 25 miles outside of Georgetown, bigger than JFK Airport in New York, was prematurely turned back to Guyana in 1965 by President Johnson in obedience to Rockefeller orders, and it is now ringed by offensive nuclear missiles targeted on the Panama Canal and on cities in the United States. I have been warning about this situation for more than a year, but to no avail. The removal of the Cuban missiles also meant that Russian military superiority over the United States would have to be achieved by a slower and harder way over a period of years. American military research and development would have to be stalled while Russia went all out to catch up and surpass us. The Vietnamese conflict, into which we were already being dragged for other purposes, could prove the ideal tool for this, causing us to waste our military resources by grinding up massive quantities in war without focusing much on improving military technology. But here, too, Jack Kennedy was getting in the way. Before he was killed, he had already initiated a sequence of events which were to reverse an increasing Vietnamese involvement and extract us from the Indochina combat scene relatively quickly. All of this meant that Jack Kennedy would have to go. He had launched his new frontier with an idealistic view of an ambitious governmental program, which had been put together for him by Rockefeller agents for purposes quite different from those he himself envisioned. But he was beginning to see the light about what was really going on, even stating in a broadcast that, quote, Castro was a tool of an international conspiracy, unquote. Had he been given the chance, he might in time have added up too many things correctly. For his great act of brave patriotism in the Cuban Missile Crisis, President John F. Kennedy thus became a marked man. Agents of the CIA, which has been strictly a tool of the Rockefellers ever since it was started in 1947, arranged a series of possible assassination setups in 1963. As it happened, the one which was actually carried out was the one in Dallas. This brings us to how the assassination was actually carried out. Unfortunately, I know of no delicate way to discuss this aspect of the case, which is critically important. But contrary to the Rockefeller agents who dominate the United States government today, I remain convinced that the American people are not children, that we all want the truth, can handle it if it is given to us straight, and can sense when it is not being given to us. As you know, the Warren Commission concluded that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone in killing President Kennedy. But this conclusion, which has been elaborately and vigorously defended by Gerald Ford, Walter Cronkite, and many other camp followers of the Rockefellers, rests on a premise that is a complete insult to the intelligence of every American. This premise is the so-called single bullet theory. According to this theory, my friends, which was the official judgment of the Warren Commission, a single bullet fired from a barely operable 20-year-old rifle by a poor marksman named Oswald passed through President Kennedy, changed course, went through a car seat, struck Governor John Conley, smashed a rib or two, then smashed his wrist, then injured his leg, leaving behind fragments which Conley still carries in his body today, and then ended up in perfect laboratory specimen condition, completely undamaged except for the ballistic marks used to trace Oswald's gun. This single bullet theory is such nonsense that we would probably throw a mystery novel in the trash in disgust if it contained an episode so silly and amateurish. But this fairy tale was the only way that the Warren Commission could end up with their predetermined conclusion that Oswald acted alone, and that we should therefore put the idea of a conspiracy out of our minds. Of course, Oswald was not around to tell his side of the story, but never mind. A note was conveniently found which we were assured Oswald had written, explaining that he planned to kill President Kennedy. Well, my friends, that single bullet did not kill President Kennedy, nor did any other sniper's bullet. In fact, technical analysis of the famous Zapruder and associated films, done secretly for me, reveals the president was murdered by means that were far more reliable than even the best sharpshooters. Before I tell you what did happen, based on my own information, let me review several facts which, to my knowledge, have until now never been explained satisfactorily. These facts are gruesome, but they have to be observed and analyzed objectively if the truth is to be known. Fact: before the fatal shot, President Kennedy had already been hit from behind by a shot which had caused him to lean slightly forward and face downward. Fact: he was then killed by a shot that literally blew the upper rear portion of his head off. Several square inches of skull was blown away. Fact: this fatal shot snapped his head and body violently backward and somewhat upward in his seat. Fact: debris from President Kennedy's head exploded to the rear, landing all over the left rear deck of the open-top limousine. Kennedy was sitting in the right rear seat. Fact: at the instant of the fatal shot, the Zapruder film shows what appears to be a rush of something, a blast of some sort, into Kennedy's face from downward and in front of him, from a position within the car. This has never been commented upon, to my knowledge, by TV commentators when the Zapruder film has been telecast. But watch for this blast from within the car. It's there. Fact: the presidential limousine in which the assassination occurred was dismantled and destroyed within 48 hours. This was a grossly illegal destruction of material evidence. Fact: pathologists and researchers who have recently been admitted to the National Archives report that the remains of President Kennedy's brain, another crucial piece of evidence, is strangely missing, misplaced, gone. Here now is my conclusion. Based on these facts plus technical opinions which have been provided to me confidentially, I challenge the United States government to prove me wrong. The conspirators left nothing to chance or the vagaries of marksmanship. President Kennedy was killed by a device mounted inside the limousine and fired at him from point-blank range. The murder weapon was, of course, hidden, mounted inside the seat upholstery in front of the president. Based on the appearance of the blast in the Zapruder film, it's possible that the murder weapon was essentially an extremely sawed-off shotgun hidden in the seat upholstery ahead of him. but it appears much more likely that the blast was produced by what is known as a shaped charge in a special mounting. A shaped charge is a specially configured explosive device which essentially produces a focused explosion. That is, an explosion that mostly aims in one direction instead of going in all directions like a stick of dynamite. A shaped charge is what enables a bazooka to blast a Sherman tank out of action. And shaped charges come in many sizes, including some small enough to have been hidden easily in the Kennedy limousine. An advantage of the shaped charge from the conspirators' viewpoint is that contrary to a gun or shotgun, it would not produce a bullet or buckshot which might be found by someone in the vicinity and cause undesirable questions to be asked. The only problem with the shaped charge would be its noise. Such a bang would tend to attract the attention of others in the car. However, the conspirators knew that Jackie Kennedy would be too distraught and preoccupied with Jack himself after the blast to have such details register. And the driver of the car would also be preoccupied with the urgent business of trying to maneuver out of the ambush. But that still left Governor John Conley riding in the front seat ahead of the president. The sound of the shaped charge could be expected to attract his attention, even if it was muffled and partially lost in the confusion of gunshots from snipers. The possibility existed that Conley alone might be able to detect that some sort of device had been fired just behind him inside the car. Therefore, John Conley was a specific target in the ambush along with Kennedy. He was not, as has often been supposed, merely the victim of a stray bullet, much less the victim of a bullet that had first struck Kennedy, as alleged by the Warren Commission. Conley was potentially the single most dangerous witness to the assassination, so it was imperative that he be incapacitated or killed outright. It did not really matter whether Conley was killed or just seriously injured, so long as his ability to observe events clearly was ruined. This they, of course, accomplished. Thus, multiple sharpshooters were firing at the motorcade for several purposes as it passed through Dealey Plaza. First, they were to create an ambush environment, a distraction, so that the murder blast from within the car would not be recognized for what it was. Second, they were to shoot Governor Conley. Merely as a third priority, they were also to hit the president with a shot or two, just as insurance against any possible malfunction of the murder device mounted in the car. Vice President Lyndon Johnson was not a target at all. Once it is recognized that the murder blast came from within the car, from a position firing slightly upward into Kennedy's face, all of the contorted and forced explanations you have heard up to now about a lot of things ceased to be necessary. The bazooka-like blast very naturally threw him violently backward, inflicted the incredibly massive head wounds that killed him, and threw debris all over the rear deck of the car. Furthermore, it is now all too clear why the conspirators would have wanted such an elaborately rigged car destroyed quickly afterwards, something which could scarcely have been done, by the way, without orders or at least approval from the new president, Lyndon Johnson. It is also obvious why Kennedy's preserved brain has been spirited away from the National Archives. One look at the wounds inflicted by the murder weapon in the car would cause all of the conclusions of the Warren Commission to be thrown in the garbage bin exactly where they belong. With their new puppet, Lyndon Johnson, in the White House, the Rockefeller plans were once again safe. Indeed, the Rockefellers squeezed every bit of mileage they could out of JFK's death. As already mentioned, the basic outline of the 25th Amendment, cooked up by Nelson Rockefeller years before, was proposed to Congress only 3 weeks after Kennedy died. Also, seizing on the complete lie that he had been killed by a lonely loony with a cheap gun, a powerful campaign was launched to disarm the American people under the euphemistic banner of gun control. LBJ was used to ramrod massive chunks of the disastrous Rockefeller governmental program through Congress, all the time saying, "Let's do it for Jack." And the Vietnam War spigot, which Kennedy was preparing to turn off, was now opened wide by Johnson. The Rockefeller interests were thus served admirably. American technological creativeness was siphoned off to the benefit of Russia. Deep involvement in Indochina helped the Rockefellers to eventually attain control they desired over vast, high-quality oil reserves in that region, which rival those of the Middle East and South China Sea. And the Rockefellers, who are the biggest munition makers in the world, the merchants of death, reap tremendous profits at the expense of taxpayers' money and GIs' lives and injuries. But some important questions still remain to be answered concerning the murder of President Kennedy. 1. Was the device which was the proximate cause of President Kennedy's death triggered by someone in the limousine, or on the limousine, or outside it? 2. Who prepared this device for the execution of President Kennedy? 3. Who had control over the limousine immediately prior to its use in Dallas? To generalize is to omit. It is in the details of things where the truth lies. There is no doubt in my mind that a number of persons were involved in the conspiracy to kill President Kennedy. No doubt at all. It took a group of experts to install the death device. It took another group to cause distraction. And it took only one person to trigger the death device, the shaped charge, outside the limousine by remote control through a radio signal. President Nixon once said that only 3 persons in the United States understood power. One was himself, another was Nelson Rockefeller, the other was John Conley, who was almost eliminated in the Kennedy ambush. We all know that power corrupts and that thieves eventually fall out among themselves. Nixon has been eliminated, and now only Rockefeller and Conley remain. Which will win the power play to rule us all? Are we reduced to these 2 power blocks? Are there no other alternatives? Who will remain to use the CIA as his own personal tool? Why not abolish the CIA, this private super Gestapo agency, now controlled by the Rockefeller brothers themselves? Why not have a congressional investigation and a grand jury investigation by opening the Kennedy assassination to answer these and other questions? I leave it to you, dear listeners. To be aware is to care, and to care is to act. I turn now to topic number 2. A generation ago, the so-called third generation of the Rockefellers began rapidly taking over the reins of one of the world's biggest economic empires from their father, John D. Rockefeller, Jr. Of the 6 members of the third generation, 5 brothers and a sister, 2 proved to be relatively easygoing and content by Rockefeller standards with their immense inherited wealth. These 2 were the sister Abby and the late Winthrop Rockefeller, who served as governor of Arkansas for a time. But the other 4 brothers were incredibly ambitious, more so than even their grandfather, John D. Sr., and more ruthless as well. They considered the immense empire they had inherited to be merely a convenient springboard from which to launch really big things. Their father, John D. Jr., had been in the forefront of those who sought to dismantle the Christian faith and remake it into a humanistic, man-made philosophy. And in this connection, he had brought up his children to believe that they were uniquely endowed and chosen to rule the world. In the case of the 4 brothers, John D. III, Nelson, Lawrence, and David, this training took. And for several decades, these 4 brothers have worked tirelessly as a unit in a relentless conquest for control of America and domination of the world for their own mother Russia. In this connection, they were simply carrying forward some of the things that their father and grandfather had already started. But they did so with greater diligence and vastly greater resources than their forebears had had at their disposal. The four brothers long ago divided up the world into spheres of influence for each to concentrate on. John D. III carved out Asia and Africa for his special attentions and also emerged in the forefront of many so-called philanthropic activities, although the philanthropic image or halo is one cultivated by all of the Rockefellers. As I mentioned in my monthly audio letter number 1 for June 1975, John was personally involved in the spy nest plotting at Lee, Massachusetts, which laid the groundwork for the Pearl Harbor attack, which dragged an unwilling America into World War II. His participation in this plotting was done under the cloak of a supposedly philanthropic international activity called the Institute of Public Relations, or IPR. After the war, the IPR was abolished after congressional investigations exposed its infamous role against America. It's interesting that John is taking a more visible stance than usual these days, heading the propaganda drive that is intended to pave the way for the secret new Constitution I've described in my latest audio book on that subject. For example, the Rockefeller-controlled Hertz Rent-A-Car Company has just launched a new magazine for customers called Number One, and the inaugural issue contains a cover article titled, quote, John D. Rockefeller III, Some Strong Ideas Americans Can Use in the Second Revolution, unquote. In that article, John's involvement in the IPR is paraded as if it were something to be proud of. But it doesn't mention that after Japan was defeated in the war that the IPR helped bring about, John D. Rockefeller III swooped down with his entourage and proceeded to take over the Japanese economy lock, stock, and barrel, consolidating great chunks of it into a huge cartel called the Zaibatsu. The Zaibatsu. The so-called economic miracle of Japan is in fact no more surprising than the remarkably American appearance of this Asian giant since the war. Since World War II, both America and Japan have been under Rockefeller control. After all, even Sony, S-O-N-Y, stands for nothing more than the former Standard Oil Company of New York. Turning now to Nelson, I have said much elsewhere, particularly in monthly audio letter number 1, and suffice it to say that he carved out the United States and Latin America for his special focus and has played the role of inside man in our government ever since the days when he was the so-called closest advisor of Franklin D. Roosevelt, who was a complete puppet of the Rockefellers. To enhance his Latin American image, Nelson has for many years pretended great enthusiasm over Latin American art of all kinds. But in Latin America itself, his rapacious economic activities in the past helped create the image which has been termed the ugly American. And he was long ago labeled public enemy number 1 by certain Latin American newspapers. Then there is Lawrence Rockefeller, who received some unfavorable publicity during the confirmation hearings for Nelson's vice presidency. It was Lawrence, of course, who financed the celebrated anti-Goldberg book to help Brother Nelson in his gubernatorial re-election campaign in 1970. Judging from the testimony, shelling out $60,000 for this purpose apparently took about as much deliberation as buying a box of paper clips would for you or me. Moral scruples don't appear to have been a problem, but appearances were, since the $60,000 was carefully laundered through a roundabout legal route so that the source of the book's financing would not be readily apparent. Lest anyone should consider such shenanigans suspicious, though the testimony contains a beautiful example of the kind of logic the Rockefeller brothers use regularly to befuddle their critics. It was stated that this circuitous routing and disguising of funds for the book wasn't laundering at all, but merely a very common practice in Rockefeller dealings. In other words, they hide what they do all the time, so therefore it must be okay. Here, my friends, is just one hint of the fact that Rockefeller control is extremely pervasive throughout our society, but it is hidden from our view more often than not. At any rate, Lawrence's domain includes the airlines, aerospace, arms industries of the Rockefellers, who are the world's biggest and most aggressive merchants of death. It also includes the stock market and its manipulation. As you see the stock market crash I have been warning about developing before our eyes, you can send your thank you notes to Lawrence Rockefeller. Finally, we come to David Rockefeller, the youngest of the four brothers, and the most powerful of them all. David is chairman of the Mammoth Chase Manhattan Bank, one of the 2 or 3 largest bank networks in the world, with over 2,000 branches in some 98 countries throughout the entire world. Chase Manhattan is a prime source of loan funds to the largest companies in America and abroad, and its trust department owns huge amounts of stock in companies that constitute the backbone of the American economy. By granting or denying loans, by hiring ex-CIA agents, by applying pressure on companies that are in debt to Chase Manhattan, including pressure to change the makeup of boards and directors of corporations, banks, insurance companies, etc., by selectively buying and selling stocks, and by other means, David Rockefeller is in a position to pull some very powerful strings just through Chase Manhattan alone. But even Chase Manhattan Bank is the only tiny visible tip of David Rockefeller's iceberg. David Rockefeller is no ordinary banker. He's the key custodian of the incredible worldwide Rockefeller financial empire. And through it, he is the most powerful international banker in the world. The Rockefellers control not only Chase Manhattan Bank, but many of the other key money houses both in America and abroad. They control the First National City Bank of New York, the largest in New York City, plus a number of the other major New York banks. They also control many banks where their cartel is not widely recognized, such as the Bank of America, which is the largest bank in the United States, and also the multinational banks abroad, including many investment banking houses here and abroad. The fact that the Rockefellers have succeeded in taking over the huge Morgan interests, which used to be the biggest competitors of the Rockefellers in America, comes as a distinct shock to many people. After all, Morgan Guaranty Trust reportedly maintains a stock portfolio worth $23.5 billion at the present time, the biggest in America. Well, my friends, no less than 16 of the 24 directors of Morgan Guaranty Trust are now Rockefeller agents. And since some have found it unbelievable that Morgan Guaranty is now Rockefeller-dominated, I'm now going to name these 16 directors and Rockefeller-controlled organizations in which they are kingpins. They are J. Paul Austin of Coca-Cola, R. Manning Brown, Jr. of the New York Life, Frank T. Carey of IBM, one of the 5 multinationals which the Rockefellers used in 1971 to 72 to launch stagflation through monetary manipulations in Europe, W. Graham Clayton, Jr. of the Southern Railway, Emilio G. Collado of Exxon, the largest corporation in the world and the apple of the Rockefellers' eye, Charles D. Dickey, Jr. of Scott Paper, John T. Dorrance, Jr. of Campbell Soup, Louis W. Foyle of Bethlehem Steel, Thomas S. Gates, formerly of the Defense Department, Howard W. Johnson of MIT, Donald P. Kirscher of the Singer Company, Donald E. Prochnow of Western Electric, Warren M. Shapley of Ralston Purina, George P. Schultz, one of the Fort Knox gold conspirators, who has been paid off with the presidency of the Rockefeller's Bechtel Corporation and as a consultant to many of David Rockefeller's corporations, Olcott D. Smith of Aetna Life and Casualty, and Henry S. Wingate of the International Nickel Company of Canada. Their financial empire also includes many of the largest life insurance companies. It also includes control of the privately owned central bank system that causes our money to be printed, the Federal Reserve System. Through control, direct and indirect, of both the Federal Reserve and the top officials of the United States Treasury, David Rockefeller was able to remove America's gold, as I have discussed elsewhere. For details on that, I refer you to my audio book on the Fort Knox gold scandal and to the update in my monthly audio letter number 2 for July 1975. David Rockefeller himself is a director of the New York Federal Reserve Bank Board of Directors. Paul Volcker is now president of the New York Federal Reserve Bank, and he was a former assistant secretary for international monetary affairs, and he helped David to take the gold from Fort Knox with the other people involved. The Fort Knox gold scandal cover-up conspiracy keeps right on spreading as they try to cover their tracks. The chairman of the Senate and House banking committees, Senator Proxmire and Congressman Henry Royce, respectively, are trying to keep the lid on the Fort Knox gold controversy long enough to let the Treasury devise some sort of publicity gimmick to trick the public once again, as they did with the so-called gold inspection visit in September 1974. And to this end, I've just been informed that an attempt is now being made to put some borrowed gold bars into the Central Core Vault at Fort Knox, whose existence I revealed for the first time last month, and which has been empty up to this point. But it's going to be very, very difficult to return over 753,000 bars of gold to that Central Core Vault. All of these things and much more, my friends, lie within David Rockefeller's bailiwick. It was David Rockefeller who single-handedly turned our Middle East policy around in February 1974 in order to prevent his Middle East oil empire from being wrenched out of Rockefeller control in connection with the Arab oil embargo. King Faisal of Saudi Arabia was, as you will recall, a key to the success of that unified Arab action. And in doing what he did, he was placing what he judged to be the Arabs' best interests above those of the Rockefellers. For 30 years, since acquiring the Saudi oil fields by means of World War II and developing them initially with free GI labor at taxpayers' expense, the Rockefellers had had their own way. The net price of Arab oil to the Rockefellers during that 30 years, thanks to chargebacks and various devices, was only 5 cents a barrel. Imagine, crude oil at 5 cents a barrel for over 30 years. What immense profits inured to the Rockefellers. But King Faisal had now decided to put his own people's interests first, just as John Kennedy had done for America in 1963. Both actions amounted to a double crossing of the Rockefellers, and both resulted in assassination little more than a year afterward. It's not possible to discuss the dimensions of Rockefeller control more than superficially in so short a time, but perhaps you can begin to grasp some idea how it works. They own controlling interests in over 300 multinational banks and corporations, hiding the bulk of this ownership through the use of many thousands of nominees and so-called street names. Through their control of banks and foundations, they're able to create well-disguised director interlocks through which they are able to run their entire giant economic empire as one huge cartel. The monopolistic practices of John D. Rockefeller Sr. pale by comparison with the runaway international monster that has been put together by the four Rockefeller brothers. And this economic empire, built around multinational corporations, which yield allegiance to no country but to the Rockefellers instead, is increasingly a political empire as well. As time goes on, their control what remains outside their grasp is spreading even more rapidly. On July 30, 1975, the Rockefeller interests took a decisive step toward consolidation of their control over still another major power base in America, the Teamsters Union. On that day, according to information which has just reached me, the abduction of former Teamster President James R. Hoffa was accomplished on behalf of the Rockefellers. The reason? Frank Fitzsimmons, the current Teamster president, is being drawn into the web of Rockefeller control. Hoffa, embarking on a concerted drive to regain control of the Teamsters, constituted a distinct threat to Rockefeller progress in this area. And the Rockefellers seek every bit of control that they can possibly achieve over the distribution systems of our nation as a critical tool in producing massive supply disruptions and shortages in the near future. These, in turn, are to form part of the economic breakdown by which they plan to make us accept their dictatorial new Constitution. The stakes are very high, and Jimmy Hoffa got in the way, possibly without ever realizing it. I turn now to topic number 3. In October 1974, I recorded my first audio book entitled How to Protect Yourself During the Coming Depression and Third World War. In that tape, I reported that World War III was being planned to begin in a few short years, that it would be nuclear war with America as the main battleground, and that it would drag for over a year. Then in March 1975, in my audio book on the Fort Knox gold scandal and what it means to you, I reported that the war plans were still on track and explained their purpose to you more fully. As I mentioned in that second tape, the Rockefellers were beginning to be thrown off balance by their difficulties in keeping the lid on the Fort Knox gold scandal, which, if it ever breaks into the open, could blow them out of the water, insofar as their dictatorship plans are concerned. And as I say these words, these and other problems have so far prevented Nelson Rockefeller from making good his plan to expel Gerald Ford from the presidency and confer that office upon himself. There are ominous signs lately that he's now gearing up to do this as soon as the time is right. It hasn't happened yet. Yes, Nelson Rockefeller has probably made me look foolish in the eyes of some people because he failed to become president on his schedule of June 1975. I began publicly spotlighting Rockefeller's plan to do this over a year ago, before Gerald Ford became president, and before he surprised everybody by selecting Rockefeller from an initial field of 15 to nominate him as vice president. But, my friends, my very purpose in revealing the confidential information I receive about these things is to prevent them from happening, if I can. I'm not one of those who, by psychic or other means, go around predicting doom and gloom and then gleefully say, see, I told you so, if it comes true. The things I'm trying to warn you about are terrible things, not just for you, but for me too. I don't want them to happen. This is a beautiful, wonderful land that God has given to us to live in. And I want my 3 small children, as well as yours, to have the blessings of freedom with which to enjoy it when they grow up. In this spirit, I'm glad to be able to tell you of changes in the Rockefeller plans, whenever these reflect failures or slippages in their diabolical scheming. And I can report to you that alterations in the war plans are now in the works, not because of anything I have done, but because of what Indira Gandhi of India has done. You probably have heard some short-lived news reports in connection with recent events in India, suggesting that the CIA might have been involved in some way. These suggestions were quickly brushed aside and hushed up by our own government, but they happen to be true. If you share the image that most Americans have of India, you probably think of teeming, overpopulated cities filled with underfed people, sacred cows wandering through the streets, vast bureaucrats' problems, and much else. And not much else at that. But India is much more than that, possessing a very considerable industrial base and relatively unexploited natural resources, such as always attract the greedy attention of the Rockefellers. For 5 years now, the CIA has been working its way into position to stage a takeover of India, just as has been done elsewhere repeatedly. just as Portugal was thrown into revolution over a year ago under a 10-year Rockefeller plan, and just as the Union of South Africa is scheduled for extinction by the Rockefellers 3 years from now, India was under attack. And Indira Gandhi, the only really strong leader in India today, was being systematically undermined by an Indian-style Watergate, staged through there as here by the CIA in behalf of the Rockefellers. But Indira Gandhi's confounded everybody. She confounded everyone with her ferocious counterattack. It's tragic that, at this point at least, she has gone so far with this counterattack that she appears to have destroyed the very foundations of freedom she intended to defend. But what triggered the recent events in India was the meddling of the CIA in her internal affairs. As a result, the war plans I have warned you about up to now are being put on a back burner. They could come to the fore again, but India is such a huge prize that the war plans are now being revised on India's account. The new plan that is rapidly emerging now calls for war to begin in March 1977 with Red China and Japan attacking India. The alliance under which this would occur is already forming now. While our eyes were focused recently on the Helsinki Summit Conference to ratify Soviet conquests in Europe, the real action was going on in Asia. The Sino-Japanese Treaty of Peace and Friendship is now being negotiated as the first step toward a military alliance. As things are progressing now, these two will attack India in 1977, and Russia will come to the so-called aid of India. The United States will then be sucked into the fray, serving as a factory to supply Russia and India, and the purpose of all would be to take over India in a different way. All of this reflects a rapid and major change away from the trend that existed prior to the recent events in India. This war is planned sooner than the original schedule for World War III, since the new plans no longer call for Russia to join the new Far East Axis, but instead to be on the other side. And of course, the new plans do not involve hostilities on American soil as they stand right now. Keep in mind, though, that further changes can and probably will occur. In particular, should Indira Gandhi be toppled from power again soon, it may well enable the CIA to put the original takeover plans back on track. And that would probably restore the original plan for war on the United States by way of an attack on the Panama Canal by atomic missiles fired from Guyana. The Helsinki Summit Conference now freed Soviet Russia to turn her attention to the east, that is, to China, and try to encircle China. Let's all pray that the ugly plans for conquest by the Rockefeller brothers will yet be stopped. And let's all do our part as citizens to cause these plans to be stopped. Let's bring them to justice for stealing our gold, and from there, let's start restoring sanity, integrity, and true representation in our government. The Constitution, my friends, protects all of us, and we should vote out all those people who are now in the control of the Rockefellers. We should break up their large socialist corporations and reestablish free enterprise. We should eliminate the large corporate and subsidized farms and return the land they own to individuals for small farms. And we should eliminate the personal income tax with its resultant enslavement of the middle class and the poor, while the Rockefellers go relatively free of tax by their use of tax-free foundations and devices. Thank you. Until next month, this is Dr. Beater. God bless each and every one of you.
Now you talk about terror. What about for me? I've been terrorized all my day. All my day.
There was once a wing of the Democratic Party that stood up to the war industry. J. William Fulbright, George McGovern, G. McCarthy, Mike Gravel, William Proxmire, of course, Dennis Kucinich. But that was largely decades ago. The new Democrats, especially with the presidency of Bill Clinton, became shills, not only for corporate America, but the arms industry. No weapons system is too costly. No war, no matter how disastrous, goes unfunded. The massive military budget, $858 billion in military spending allocated for fiscal year 2023, is an increase of $45 billion over the Biden administration's budget request and nearly $80 billion more than the amount appropriated by Congress for the current fiscal year. It just keeps growing. When 30 members of the party's Progressive Caucus recently issued a call for Joe Biden to negotiate with Vladimir Putin, they were forced by the party leadership and a warmongering media to back down and rescind their letter. What happened to the Democratic Party? Why has it become impossible to question war and the massive expenditures on arms? Why is such questioning political suicide? Why can't a Democrat ask, especially at a time of economic hardship and huge deficits, how much we are going to divert to the war in Ukraine, which has already consumed some $60 billion, as much as we spend on the State Department and AID, with no end in sight? Joining me to discuss the extinction of the anti-war Democrat is Dennis Kucinich, a former presidential candidate who served 8 terms in the House of Representatives before the Democratic Party gerrymandered his district to ensure his defeat. Dennis, you were consistently one of the very few Democrats who hearkened back to that great era of those I mentioned, McGovern, G. McCarthy, and others, Proxmire, who stood up to the war industry. You paid a very heavy political price for that, not only being pushed out of Congress, but even when you were in Congress. I believe you were not allowed to caucus with the Democrats, if I have that correct, courtesy of Pelosi. But let's go back. There was a moment in time when the Democratic Party had fierce peace candidates, anti-war candidates. Of course, 1972, McGovern becomes the nominee. What happened?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to be on your show. And I think, this is the perfect show for me to do, because it's not just a matter of having a conversation with the choir. It's about taking the discussion to a higher level to try to describe for people what's actually happening, what can happen. With respect to the Democratic caucus, though, I found my way into the meetings.
Uninvited?
because I there wasn't really an attempt to shut me out as much as it was, who brought this guy in. But really, I will say this about Speaker Pelosi, that we may have had a difference of opinion on some of these spending issues that help to fuel wars. But the thing that I always did was I always let the leadership know ahead of time, I don't agree with you. I'm taking a different approach. I'm going to go to the floor. This is what I'm going to say, whether you like it or not. And they appreciated the warning. They didn't appreciate my speeches. I'm sure, didn't appreciate my votes for the most part. But to me, what's happened with the Democratic Party, I think as soon as the Democratic Party made a determination, could have been 35, 40 years ago, that they were going to take corporate contributions, that wiped out any distinction between the two parties. Because in Washington, he or she who pays the piper, plays the tune. And that's what's happened. So there isn't that much of a difference in terms of the two parties when it comes to war, except notably, partisan reasons or not, there were over 50 Republicans who voted against the last tranche of money that went to fuel the war in Ukraine. And I felt that was notable. And of course, the potential Speaker of the House, should the Republicans win, will be Kevin McCarthy, who has made it a point to say that he's going to look at that funding.
Well, let's talk about the past. So you had significant opposition to the Pentagon budget. Weapons systems were questioned. Was it in essence corporate money that was the factor in essentially driving Wellstone, driving these figures out of the House and the Senate, or were there other reasons?
Certainly plays a part. I mean, let's face it, right now, the arms industry is making money hand over fist with the expansion of war. That's how they make their money. And of course, they can put money into certain campaigns, but that's not all it's about. The request to fund a war goes into the larger, heavily mediated environment which supports a war. And if you stand against the funding, then your constituents who may be great Americans look at that and they say, well, why aren't you supporting America? And I think that members of Congress are always concerned about being caught betwixt and between on what their constituents think, as opposed to the doubts that they have. And so with respect to the Democratic caucus, this event of retraction of the letter by a significant caucus within the Democratic Party is a new benchmark of kind of a slavish obedience to the status quo within the party, which then supports war, and a majority of Republicans at this point are supporting war. So you have Congress supporting war, and this is the way it's been.
Seymour Melman writes about the distortion of the economy by the war industry. He points out that one of the crucial tactics that the war industry uses is to diversify where weapons are made. I believe F-35s are made in Vermont, and this really ties the hands of House and Senate members because it becomes at a constituent level a debate about jobs.
Well, it is a factor. Can't ignore it. So what happens is when the Pentagon budget comes up, there are a parade of various businesses, small and large, who will make appointments with the Congress person or staff and lay out how many jobs are in the district and how important it is to a district business to have this budget passed. I mean, I had that happen to me, and it was, I invariably have to inform my constituent that I didn't support the war that this was going to be fueling, and so I wasn't going to vote for the budget. I will tell you this, Chris, that I may have once, when I first started in Congress, voted for a budget that went to the Pentagon, but it didn't take me long to figure out what the racket was. I had a hearing I went to as a member of the Government Oversight Committee in which an inspector general testified that there were over $1 trillion worth of accounts in the Pentagon that couldn't be reconciled, that they had over 1,100 different accounting systems, deliberately, I suppose, constructed so as to make obfuscation a rule of the day. So from that moment on, I just said, wait a minute, they're not keeping track of how this money's spent. Why in the world should I vote for this budget? So from that point on, right through to the conclusion of a 16-year service in the United States Congress, I didn't vote for a single budget of the Pentagon or any of the supplemental appropriations to keep wars going, because I knew it was a racket. I knew there would be billions of dollars thrown away. And, I could cite chapter and verse, Inspector General's reports. Once the money goes out of this country, overseas, on behalf, whether it's Iraq or whatever adventure we were in, the money's blowing. The thing that I was always concerned about, even more than the money, was the fact that we were committing American servicemen and servicewomen, in the case of Iraq, to a lie. And the constituency that I had in Congress, Chris, primarily working class men and women many veterans halls. People really believe strongly in America, serve the country themselves, or their fathers and grandfathers served, and they support the United States of America. So I'm in Congress, and I'm seeing what actually is going on, and I'm going, wait a minute, I'm not a sucker, and I'm looking at this and I'm saying, no, this is wrong, and then I have to go home and explain my vote. And I had some people who were unhappy because they thought I wasn't being patriotic enough, and that's what a congressperson is supposed to do. But the truth is, the members of Congress are always under enormous pressure, not locally from their constituents, from contractors within their constituency, from the mediated environment, and the party, and so it's a rare individual. And I'm not doing this to elevate myself, but it's a rare individual who will go against that because you risk, at times you may risk your political career.
Well, if you won't take their money, there's always someone else who will, and they will throw a lot of that money at a candidate to take you down.
Well, that's true no matter if you're talking about the arms industry, the oil companies, the healthcare industry. There was a congressional candidate in 1972 who ran against a darling of the AMA. And he told the AMA when they came to him is, look, give the other guy the money because I'm not going to help you. Well, they did. And this young congressional candidate lost a close race. That was me, by the way. So I understand the price that you might have to pay for not going with the crowd. But my feeling is that public office comes and goes. I mean, if who are we if we won't take a stand? Who are any of us if we're not willing to put it all on the line in any given vote and say, look, this isn't only what I believe in, this is who I am. And I'm someone who, I don't feel I know more than anybody else. I do my homework, Chris. I make sure that any vote that I take is informed. And as I did when I led the effort against the war in Iraq. And that's not the way it goes in Congress. A lot of people are flying by the seat of their pants, or they look at the vote board to see how everyone else is voting. Because Congress is a place of tremendous peer pressure. And the votes go right up on this, most people don't know this, but the votes are imagine a big gym, and the votes go up on this big wall, okay? And people, the lights go on, green light for yes, yellow light for I'm not sure, and red light for no. And everybody can see how everybody else is voting. It helps enforce party discipline, and it helps it helps to feed the herd instinct inside the Congress. It's a lot of pressure.
Let's talk about the effect of unchecked militarism on our civil society and our democracy.
Well, we live in a time where there's an acceleration of polarized thinking. It's us versus them, whoever they are. And the government helps to feed that. The government generates perceptions, and people think, well, there must be a reason for this for the government's position on this war. The truth of the matter is that we're in a heavily militarized society driven by greed, lust for profit, and wars are being created just to keep fueling that, and it moves right into this idea of this old idea of a manifest destiny, and then you kind of leap into the 21st century, where there are still people who believe, as in the Project for a New American Century, that it has to be that America must rule the world, that it is our destiny. I mean, that is such old thinking, but that's where we are. And we don't always consider that we're inheritors not only of a physical world, but we're inheritors of a consciousness. We're inheritors of thought structures. And the thought structures that we've inherited no longer serve a practical purpose in this country. we move into a false consciousness of fear, of separation from the rest of the world. See, I see the world as one. I think that human unity is the truth that surrounds all of us. And when we start separating ourselves and we engage in this polarized thinking is a precursor of war. And so we need to try to go back to, it's really a spiritual principle that says that, look, we're all one. We're interconnected. We're interdependent. And the world is one. We may have different races, colors, creeds, but there's a oneness. And if you look at the first motto of the country, E pluribus unum, out of many, one. It's the paradox of unity in multiplicity. And many people can't handle that, but that's the truth. So when we go to war, we're living a lie. We're separating ourselves from part of humanity. It's a belief that we don't have an ability to be able to solve things, and somehow the power of our weapons is greater than the power of our reason, or even deeper, the power of our heart. And so that's where I've gone away from the orthodoxy, which is now part of politics, that says, well, keep that war going, and for whatever reason, we're going to beat the Russians, we're going to beat the Chinese. What? We're beating ourselves.
To what extent are these conflicts, and I would include the expansion of NATO, driven by this lust for greed on the part of the war industry and the arms manufacturers?
When I was in Congress, I put in legislation to forbid the United States to go into any war that NATO was operating, because I felt that it was subversion of the constitutional principle in Article 1, Section 8, which says that Congress of the United States has the power to take our country from a condition of peace to war. That was in the Constitution. NATO has evolved. It was first a defensive organization. Then, after Clinton, it turned into an offensive organization. And it has become now kind of a sock puppet for Western powers, notably my own dear country, the United States. And as a result, NATO punches above its weight, makes statements that are ridiculous. And look, I will make a prediction right here that as a result of NATO and the EU's role in helping to fuel this war in Ukraine, give it a couple years, but there won't be a NATO, and there won't be an EU as a result.
Why?
Well, first of all, look at what's happened. The U.S. actually, I think the way this unfolded in Ukraine, we all know from 2014 how the U.S. engineered a coup and knocked out the Ukrainian government, put in one that would serve the U.S. interest, which was to nullify the power of the constituency in eastern Ukraine, which was Russian-speaking. And they wanted to basically, by any means necessary, keep that out of influencing the policies of the region, in which they did. 14,000 by some estimates, Russian-speaking Ukrainians were killed from 2014 until 2021. Most Americans have no idea about that. But anyhow, once the U.S., once the intelligence started to say, hey, we can knock Russia out like that, okay? We'll crush Russia economically. These sanctions are going to put Russia away. And the EU bought into it. What's the result? Well, the war goes on. But in the meantime, the sanctions have created a dramatic increase in the cost of energy. Plus, they blew up the pipeline. That's another increase in the cost of energy. So I've heard from people in Europe where they're seeing increases in basic energy costs anywhere from 6 to 9 times of what it used to be. Businesses can't survive that. Individuals are under hardship. The pressure is going to go back on the government. This is going to cause a lot of problems with the EU. And NATO is there as, a cat's paw for war. And frankly, people are going to say, well, who's NATO making decisions for me? I would imagine that already you're starting to see protests in Europe where people are saying, get out of the EU, get out of NATO, because they're paying an economic price right now for the misjudgment of the European officials who were coaxed into it by the U.S. And this ends up being a nightmare, not only for Europe, though, but we're getting visited with it somewhat here. You're seeing an increase in food prices, increases in gas prices, the accelerant knock-on effect on inflation. Interest rates have gone up, mortgage rates are gone up. There's a cycle of economic violence which is visited on the people of this country who really don't have a straight story about what happened in Ukraine. I represented Ukrainians in the United States Congress, and proudly so. I went to Ukraine. I met with people. I stood in the square in Ukraine in defense of journalists who were under attack there, one of whom was killed, Gonzaga. And so I just felt that, Ukrainians have a right to exist. They have a right to their own country. And what's happened is this is being twisted, and suddenly Ukraine becomes a bloodbath of a chessboard where these innocent people are just being used as pawns in a game of nations. And I resent that. I resent that on behalf of every decent person who's trying to keep their family together in Ukraine and who doesn't want to be dominated by anybody, U.S., Russia, anybody, and they just want to live their lives. But because there's a game of nations going on, and the U.S. was concerned about Russia's pivot to Asia, well, guess what? This whole thing is blowing up in the face of the West. Russia's not, we forced Russia to pivot to Asia, and now, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and Saudi Arabia. There's a whole new world being formed, and the catalyst of it is the misjudgment that occurred about Ukraine and the effort to try to control Ukraine that began in 2014 that most people aren't aware of, I would say.
Let's talk about the press, because you spoke about going back to your constituents as an anti-war candidate and feeling blowback. But isn't that because essentially we have a press that is locked out anti-war critics?
Well, I think it was a librarian of Congress, Daniel Borston, who wrote a book about the media being spear carriers for the government. And that was true generations ago, and it's true today. And that's a problem. When you don't have when you don't have many alternatives that present a different point of view, you're locked into a worldview that might be based on a falsity. And I'll give you a great example. Go back to Iraq, because I was really involved in that, in challenging the narrative right from the beginning. And, I did my homework. I saw that and I gave Congress a memo on October 2nd, 2002, that said, look, there's no proof that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. Moreover, Iraq didn't have anything to do with 9/11, with Al-Qaeda's role in 9/11, didn't have the intention or capability of attacking the United States. So what is this about? And I talked to hundreds of members of Congress about it. But the drumbeat in the media, war, 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 from the White House, war, war, war. No one bothered, and this is what so many people heard. It was just drowned out. And so, I've saw this, I've seen this dynamic before. And the media, we have a heavily mediated society, even more so today than 20 years ago. And we also know that the government can have legions of people working computers, sending out messages that praise those who are for the war and attack those who aren't. We're living in a hall of mirrors here when it comes to trying to find out what is really going on. And so how do you figure it out? Well, you do your homework, but you also have to trust your gut, your intuition too. And when I looked at what happened in Iraq, that led me to understand what was happening in Libya, what was happening in Syria, and then I do some more homework. William Blum, Chalmers Johnson, and others who did the studies, case after case after case of U.S. interventions that were all about lies. And our country, I love this country, and it is being it's being done a disservice by people who in power, who have made book with interest groups who are going forward just to cash in on war. And I think it's horrific. And in this case, Chris, we're playing with the flash of World War III. There are sometimes I think that people in the White House are like something out of the Sorcerer's Apprentice. They're playing with they've taken this broom and they're moving out chemical forces around that are going beyond that can easily go beyond their control. And so I'm also concerned that things could spin out of control even now with respect to Russia, with respect to China, North Korea. And what a tragedy. What an immense human tragedy, when the truth of the matter is we must find a way to live together. As John Kennedy said, we have to, learn how to live together as brothers and sisters, or we perish together as fools.
I want to ask about these pimps of war, these shills for war. I covered the war in El Salvador. I had to deal with Elliot Abrams. Robert Kagan worked for him. They're wrong about everything. They were wrong about the interventions in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria with the so-called moderate rebels, Libya. And now they're beating the drums, of course, for endless war with Ukraine. It doesn't matter how mistaken they were in the past. They are perpetuated. Their think tanks are perpetuated. They never lose their perches on the cable talk shows. You've dealt with these people. I know some of them, Abrams and others. They are truly human mediocrities. And I would include the generals like Petraeus and others. And yet they're like this bacteria or anti-resistant bacteria that we can't vanquish. Talk about them.
Well, Chris, the way I look at it is that even people with whom I strongly disagree, and you just named a number, I think we have to continue to find ways of showing people, they've gone astray, and that we have to make an effort to bring them back. Now, how do you do that? Well, if there ever was a country that was in need of a process of truth and reconciliation, it's America. We really need to have people come forward and admit that they were wrong, that, whatever their motivation was, so that we can heal this country, because we're divided right now in this whole idea about war and this misuse of power, in some ways a misunderstanding of the material world itself, that we think there's only so much and we have to control it. If you look at physics, the material world, the universe keeps expanding. But you wouldn't know that talking to some people, because their physics is a very confined, almost Galileo view of the world.
Dennis, I just want to, just in the last 2 minutes, you talked about truth and reconciliation. There was a certain amount of accountability after the Vietnam War. We did, as a country, ask questions about ourselves that we hadn't asked before, and there was a brief period of time when I would argue we became a better country. Now there's no accountability. I spent 7 years in the Middle East. Millions of people's lives were destroyed, not to mention the tens of thousands of families in the United States who are caring for wounded and crippled veterans or lost loved ones, but there's no accountability at all.
This is, we must find a path to accountability, or it will be our undoing. I made an attempt to follow a procedure which is one way of achieving accountability through the legislative process, and that is that I introduced articles of impeachment of the president and the vice president.
I was with you at the Cannon building when you did that.
You remember that? And
yes, of course.
And there were at least 48 articles with respect to President Bush, and a smaller number for Vice President Cheney. The Democratic leadership, however, sent that to those proposals to committee, never to be discussed. See, when I got on the floor of Congress, and I gave hundreds of speeches opposed to the war, and after the war started, and proposals to get out of Iraq, and other speeches to not go to war against Iran, and each time there was a kind of amnesia that took place, what Gorbachev calls the United States of amnesia. It just takes place where people forget the mistakes, not mistakes, the misdeeds of the past. And unless we have some measure of accountability, we're always going to be wearing the stain of war waged against innocent people around the globe. And there's a point, Chris, where we have to start asking ourselves, what are we about as a nation? Are we about endless war, about being king of the mountain, about telling other nations how they should live? Or wouldn't it be nice to start focusing on the education of our people, put the resources into education and healthcare and job creation and safe cities and a cleaner environment and all those things that we can do within the boundaries of what we know as the United States of America? To me, politically, it never made sense to just go all over the world, but with the media, it's been, and that was the area of study I had at university. With the media, it's always been pounding away at, America has to be the vanguard of freedom for the world, and we're losing it here at home.
Yeah, well, we have to stop there. We should also be clear we've lost almost all these wars going back to Vietnam, including Afghanistan and Iraq. That was Dennis Kucinich, former presidential candidate, served 8 terms in the House of Representatives before the Democratic Party pushed him out. I want to thank the Real News Network and its production team, Cameron Granadino, Adam Coley, and Kayla Rivera. You can find me at chrishedges.substack.com.
Last spring, as I revealed in audio letters 45 and 46, the Russians began seizing control of the United States government. Key officials from President Jimmy Carter on down have been replaced by doubles. And these doubles are not human beings, in spite of their appearance and behavior. They are artificial, robot-like living beings called organic robotoids. When I first revealed these things, I braced myself. I knew that many of my listeners would be unable to absorb them. But my reason for doing it was the one I stated then. Without knowing about the robotoids, events would become impossible to understand. Since that time, robotoids in key positions of power have been causing many surprises in the news these days. The strangest surprises of all have been caused by the Jimmy Carter robotoids. In audio letter 48 2 months ago, I detailed the major instability problems the Russians are having with their Carter robotoids. The holographic computer brains of the robotoids include instabilities which were present in the real Carter brain in a way that exaggerates those instabilities. As a result, ever so often a Carter robotoid does something so unpredictable that it is dangerous to the Russians. An example was the famous so-called killer rabbit incident of a few weeks ago. A Carter robotoid told the press, in all seriousness, that he and his family had been attacked by a swamp rabbit while fishing. Can you imagine? The Russians want to rid themselves of the nerve-wracking problem of the unstable Carter robotoids. Earlier this month, on September 15, an attempt was made to do just that. The alleged President Carter was entered in a foot race, of all things, in the Catoctin Mountains near Camp David. It was a strenuous 6-mile course, which included much uphill running. Carter robotoid number 14 was programmed to run at maximum speed and not to let up for any reason. The Russian strategy was simple. Runners who overexert themselves and who do not stop and rest when danger signs appear can do themselves serious harm. Sudden overheating, dehydration, and heart failure can take place abruptly in extreme cases. Robotoids, as I have explained in past tapes, embody a crude facsimile of human metabolism. Their hearts are relatively weak, and they live for only a few weeks or months, depending on the stress problems. They have no self-preservation instinct, so Carter Robotoid 14 was programmed to run like the wind. It was expected that suddenly, without warning, he would suffer complete heart failure, collapse, and die on the spot. If the robotoid died before aid could reach him, everyone would just accept it as a tragic accident. and the Russians would be rid of the problem of unstable Carter robotoids. But the day of the race dawned cooler than had been expected by the planners. Carter Robotoid 14 did collapse, but did not expire instantly. His face turned a deathly greenish gray, and he was moaning and incoherent. And yet, when the Secret Service men picked him up, his legs kept running as programmed. Finally, an ambulance arrived, but Carter Robotoid 14 did not use it. Instead, the Robotoid was bundled off in a car to Camp David. And there, Robotoid 14 finally died. Too late and out of public view. The purpose of the race had been to eliminate the Carter Robotoid problem in a way that would leave no questions. That is, sudden death on the spot. But there would have been a storm of questions if Carter's alleged death had been announced after help arrived and took him away. So after the race, Carter Robotoid number 15 showed up to reassure everyone. He looked nothing at all like the deathly figure who had collapsed just a short while earlier in the race. He looked like a new man, and in a sense, he was. The contrast between the dying Robotoid 14 and the fresh Robotoid 15 is something you can see for yourself. Just get a copy of Sports Illustrated magazine for September 24, 1979. On pages 16 and 17, you will see the pictures of Robotoid 14, stricken, stumbling, mouth agape. Then look at the fresh, smiling picture of Robotoid 15, handing out trophies on page 19, only a short while later, and then ask yourself, is this the same man? My friends, the Robotoids are one example of what you need to know to understand the secret war now going on. But there are other things you need to know too, because the war between Russia and her Bolshevik and Zionist enemies has many facets, and it is very ancient.
Now you talk about terror. What about for me? I've been terrorized all my day. Hammer all my day.
The U.S. economy is being held hostage by a small cohort of financiers who run private equity firms, Apollo, Blackstone, the Carlyle Group, Kohlberg, Kravis, Roberts. These equity firms buy up and plunder businesses, piling on debt, refusing to reinvest, slashing staff, and often driving companies into bankruptcy. The object is not to sustain businesses, but to harvest them for assets to make a short-term profit. Those who run these firms, such as Leon Black, Henry Kravis, Stephen Schwartzman, and David Rubenstein, have amassed personal fortunes in the billions of dollars. The wreckage they orchestrate is taken out on workers who lose jobs or see salaries and benefits slashed, taken out on pension funds that are depleted because of usurious fees or abolished, and on our health and safety. Residents of nursing homes, for example, owned by private equity firms, experience 10% more deaths because of staffing shortages and reduced compliance with standards of care. Private equity owns hospitals and has created a health crisis. Nursing shortages have contributed to 1 of every 4 unexpected hospital deaths or injuries caused by errors. The private equity firms do not serve patients, but profits. They have closed hospitals, especially in rural America. They cut back on stockpiles of vital medical devices, including ventilators and personal protective equipment. In 1975, the U.S. had about 1.5 million hospital beds and a population of about 216 million people. Now, with a population of over 330 million people, we have around 925,000 beds. 56% of Americans have medical debt, even though many have insurance, and 23% owe $10,000 or more. Emergency room visits, and emergency rooms are often run by private equity firms, contributed to medical debt for 44% of Americans. At the same time, the healthcare system, because of this slash and burn assault, was unprepared to handle the COVID epidemic, seeing 330,000 Americans die during the pandemic because they could not afford to go to a doctor on time. These private equity firms, like an invasive species, are ubiquitous. They have acquired educational institutions, utility companies, and retail chains while bleeding taxpayers of hundreds of billions in subsidies, made possible by bought and paid for prosecutors, politicians, and regulators. Joining me to discuss private equity firms and their assault on the economy is the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Gretchen Morgenson, who, along with Joshua Rosner, wrote "These Are the Plunderers: How Private Equity Runs and Wrecks America." Let's begin with what they are. They've just rebranded themselves, but I'll let you start.
Well, Chris, these are the old takeover titans that we started to learn about in the 80s. RJR Nabisco was the big deal that focused everyone's attention on them. And they just rebranded themselves, as you said, into something called private equity. A little bit more genteel, sounds like it actually might be fair, equity being that word. So these are just those corporate raiders that really were sort of fearsome. And, Congress at that time was concerned about what they were going to do to the economy. Congress lost interest, went on to the next thing, and of course they did then go on to, over the next few decades, really pillage the economy and workers and pensions, as you pointed out.
Explain how they work, because it's all about debt. And what's interesting from your book is that they actually don't put very much money. But I'll let you explain just the mechanics of it.
Okay. These firms, first of all, they raise money for their buyouts. They don't use a lot of their own money for those buyouts. What they do is they go to public pensions, they go to endowments, they go to the big institutional investors and say, we're putting together a fund, we're going to buy out companies, we're going to make them more efficient, and then we're going to sell them in 5 to 7 years at a profit, and you will be able to reap those gains along with us. But yes, as you point out, the private equity titans do not put a lot of their money, of their own money at stake here. 1 to 2% of these funds are typically the private equity firm's money. So after they have raised the money, they go out and look for companies to buy. And they really home in on companies that have assets that they can strip.
These are often physical assets that they can sell.
Physical assets like real estate. Now, you pointed out that they've taken over a lot of retailers. When that was going on, often they would be buying retailers that had, either very, very favorable leases or actually had land underneath their stores that they could then sell at a profit, stripping the company. It's really not about operating the company, as you say. It's really about stripping the assets, extracting the money that they can from it. It's an extraction business. So they buy a company, they then find out how they can make it more efficient, which means usually firing many people, stripping the assets, selling them off, and sometimes they sell the assets and they get all their money back initially, very, very early on in the process. And what's left really is a carcass. What's left is a company that has now got enormous amounts of debt piled on top of it. These transactions are funded by debt, but it's not the private equity firm that takes on the debt. It's the company they're buying. So if they buy a retailer, they'll put a load of debt on that retailer. Suddenly that retailer has way higher costs of operating, which means that then they have to cut costs elsewhere, fire people, deplete pensions. It's really a game where a very narrow slice of people win and a huge circle of pain of losers is involved. Everybody else is on the losing end.
Well, because it's about short-term profit. You have an example in the book about a nursing home system. This was an amazing story. And so what they do is they sold the physical buildings that had the nursing homes, and then suddenly these nursing homes had to rent, I think it was $40,000 or something more a month. I'll let you explain. So they actually carry out policies, not just loading it up with debt, but also carrying out policies that physically dynamite or destroy corporations or businesses that before they arrive, you have the story of Samsonite, we'll talk about the steel mill you write about, but that were healthy.
Absolutely. So the nursing home company that you were talking about, Manor Care, it was very well run. The reason that the acquisition was made, and this was Carlyle Group, which is one of the top private equity firms.
And let me just interrupt, because as you point out in the book, they, like James Baker, they pull in heavyweight political figures once they're out of office to run these groups.
Carlyle, unlike the other firms, which are located in New York and are the Wall Street type of folks, Carlyle is a much more, it's based in Washington, and it's much more politically astute. And as you say, there's a revolving door with government officials, very high-powered government officials. Anyway, they bought Manor Care. It was a very well-established, well-run national nursing home company. They immediately sold the land under the nursing homes and made the nursing homes pay rent. They took out the equivalent of what they had put into the company. They received that when they sold the land. So they were free and clear. Everything after that became gravy for them. So they really weren't concerned about, the profits. They were already in the money, as they say. But the company, the nursing homes suddenly had to pay exorbitant rents, and that meant that something else had to give. And ultimately, what ended up happening was an enormous Medicare fraud that was designed to really overcharge Medicare for services to these residents. And the stories are absolutely gut-wrenching. There were some whistleblowers who came forward talking about what they were seeing, and the DOJ took the case, but then blew the case. But some of the tales that these whistleblowers told about forcing aged, frail, ill residents to go through, incredible rehabilitation that they didn't need in order to bill Medicare for these processes. It was just shocking.
Well, you see that you write about the ER, what do they call surprise bills? I can't remember the term you used. Right. They will hospitalize people who don't need it. It's all about money. And then, of course, the care is substandard because the staffing is cut.
That's right. So ultimately, Manor Care was driven into bankruptcy by the people that bought it, but they didn't lose because they had done this transaction to buy the land underneath all of the nursing homes.
You call these private equity firms, these are your words, money spinning machines. Before we go into specifics, talk about, because the amounts are staggering. I mean, we can talk about the charming, Leon Black. These people are bringing in personally, these figures, billions upon billions of dollars. Talk about the amount of money they're generating.
The net worths of the people running these companies are in the tens of billions. In the COVID years, I think Steve Schwarzman's, he is the head of Blackstone. I think his net worth doubled during COVID. I think it went up to something like 35 billion or something. Anyway, these companies extract enormous fees for their operation. They extract fees from the pension funds that invest with them.
Well, I just want to interrupt you because the deal is they get the pension funds to invest, because supposedly the pension funds will make a profit.
Right.
But then, as you read in the book, they force the pension funds to pay them management fees.
Right.
And you have cases in the book where they're not even doing anything.
Right.
But I think, if I remember, they're pulling like 10%. I mean, a lot of money. And these pension funds, in the end, don't actually make a profit.
Many times they don't. Sometimes they do. So the rule of thumb is called 2 and 20. So they'll get 2% of the assets under management as a management fee every year, and then 20% of the gains that they make. And so this has translated really into a billionaire making machine for these guys that run these firms. And yes, it's really staggering when you pull back the curtain on some of their practices. One of them that's really, really outrageous is when they buy a company, they will often install people on the board of the company to, watch over it, to make sure that they're going in the right direction, for them anyway, not for the company necessarily. And they will charge them fees over a period of time for their management expertise. Okay, these fees are generally contracted on a 10-year life, but many of these deals they end up selling between 5 and 7 years. That's the goal, as you pointed out, the short-term nature of this. And so, but the company has to pay for the full 10 years of the fees that the private equity firm is charging them, and that's money for doing nothing. That's just one of the tricks of the trade that they do to generate billions of dollars for themselves while they're really, really impoverishing so many other people.
You write that they operate in secrecy with hidden ties to companies they control. The wreckage they leave behind is often difficult to track back to its origins. And I just want to raise another point that you do in the book. You and I thought it was important that many Americans who are being assaulted this way, they know something's wrong, but they don't quite know what is wrong. And I think it's tied to this almost invisible hand. But explain that, and then I want you to talk about their political clout, because it's significant. They get the tax breaks. They corrupt the system enough to essentially grease the skids for them to continue to operate.
Absolutely. So the secrecy is important. One of the reasons that we wanted to write this book is to let people know how pervasive this business model is.
Well, you write at one point that all of us, although we don't know it, are engaging with private equity firms.
Yes.
So talk about how extensive it is, and then talk about that secrecy too.
I mean, I write in the book, the coffee and donut that you pick up on the way to work, the child care entity where you drop your son or daughter off, the nursing home where your mother or father lives. I mean, it is cradle to grave. Literally, you're impacted by private equity, but you don't know it because these are just companies that they're buying and selling, but you don't know who the real owner is behind the scenes. And they like it that way. They want to keep it that way because they operate best in secrecy. They're private companies. They don't have to make filings to the Securities and Exchange Commission. And so a lot of the business and a lot of their practices are hidden from view. And that is by design. One of the things that I think could improve our perception or educate people about how pervasive private equity has become is to force these firms to identify themselves as the owners. So it should be the Carlisle nursing home or the Blackstone donut shop or whatever, just so you are aware of who you're dealing with and whose pocket you're putting your money into. Now, the secrecy is one thing. The political clout is, as you say, immense because they have so much money. I mean, their tax treatment is an outrage, and many presidents have tried to change it, but have not been able to do so.
Explain what the tax.
So their fortunes are enhanced by the fact that they pay a fraction of what you and I pay on our incomes every year, because it's called carried interest. It's not considered ordinary income. You know, the ordinary income tax rate is up to 35%. What these people pay is around 21% on the income that they receive from their operations. And that's something that's been in the books for decades, but it really has created a skewed system where they make fortunes, billions of dollars. The government loses because they're not generating, the tax revenues that they should on those billions. And it's nuts. Now, the last time someone tried to change this, Kirsten Sinema was a holdout.
Because it was good for the people of Arizona.
Right, lawmaker from Arizona. She, I think, received $1.5 million from the private equity world to, stand up and say no. And she scotched it. So getting them to pay their fair share of taxes would be a good thing. It would help the government, it would generate more income, and it would, take away this really unfair aspect of their business.
You write, routinely lionized in the financial press for their deal-making and lauded for their charitable giving, these unbridled capitalists have mounted expensive lobbying campaigns to ensure continued enrichment from favorable tax laws. Hefty donations have won them positions of power on museum boards and think tanks. They've published books on leadership extolling, quote, the importance of humility and humanity at the top while eviscerating those at the bottom. Their companies arrange for them to avoid paying taxes on the billions in gains that their stock holdings generate. And of course, they rarely mention the companies they own are among the largest beneficiaries of government investments in highways, railroads, and primary education, reaping massive perks from subsidies and tax policies that allow them to pay substantially lower rates on their earnings. These men are America's modern-age robber barons, but unlike many of their predecessors in the 19th century who amassed stupefying riches by extracting a young nation's natural resources, today's barons mine their wealth from the poor and middle class through complex financial dealings. These people not just control politicians, but they serve in government. You have several examples of that. So explain a little bit about how they dominate the political system.
Well, Jay Powell, our head of the Federal Reserve Board, he was a Carlyle executive. They're really everywhere. Again, it's this pervasiveness. But even if they're not on the job, say, in the government, they are behind the scenes, absolutely manipulating outcomes so that their businesses will benefit. It's pretty, they're so powerful and so wealthy. And Chris, better than anybody, how money is so central, unfortunately, to how our government works. You just have not had enough attention to this, this wealth grab by these people. The one thing we did have, it was so, the activity, the practices were so outrageous that it actually got Congress to act, and that was on the surprise medical bills that you mentioned a bit ago. This was a creation, the brainchild of a company called Envision, which is owned by KKR. And what Envision did was it went into emergency departments and started running many of those emergency departments in a hospital. It wouldn't own the hospital, but it ran the emergency departments. And Envision decided that what they could do is they could make the emergency department be a separate entity outside of the insurance coverage that the hospital's patients would normally have. So you're in your town, you go to the emergency department, you've broken your arm or whatever, you naturally assume that your insurance, which covers your normal hospital, whatever stay or treatment, you naturally assume it's going to cover your emergency department bill. Well, Envision carved themselves out of that so that you would have to pay more. And this was something that was so, crazy and impossible to think that it could happen, that Congress actually did something about it and changed and curbed the practice. They didn't eliminate them, but they curbed it. And guess what? Envision went bankrupt after that because its business model required them, its business model was based on ripping people off.
I want to talk about several cases, including that heartbreaking case of a girl who needs constant medical care, but people have to get the book. But let's talk about in detail Miranda.
So Miranda was a company that had a very profitable, very well located aluminum smelter on the banks of the Mississippi River in the Boot Heel region of Missouri. Not a wealthy part of the country, but this was a company, this was a smelter, aluminum production that had 2,500 jobs, well-paying jobs, good benefits, health care, and the company had been there for many, many years, and this was a well-established smelter doing a tremendous business on the Mississippi. They could deliver their aluminum all up and down the country. Great company. Apollo comes in and buys it, and they promise that.
Let me just interrupt you.
Yes.
When a private equity firm like Apollo comes in to buy it, it's not always the case that the company's looking to sell. Is that correct?
Well, the company has to be willing to sell.
But aren't they able to pressure companies to sell against their will or not?
Well, it depends. Now, usually it's about money. So if it's a public company that has publicly traded shares and the shareholders are the ones who will then make the decision about whether the acquisition is made, generally what happens is that the company, that the shareholders say, great, I'm going to get a windfall, I'm going to get whatever premium to whatever the stock price was trading at when the acquirer comes in and says, I'll pay you $10 more a share. So generally speaking, the shareholders say, yay, let's do it, let's do the deal. When it's a private company, you're then talking about persuading whomever owns it that they are better off taking the money and running. But it's almost always a premium they're paying, and so that gets people's attention, and the owners or the shareholders say yes. So Apollo comes in, they buy the smelter, they promise that they're going to do right by the 2,500 families whose, workers are there, and they immediately load it up with debt. This was a company that did not have a lot of debt, and so it didn't have enormous interest costs. It didn't have to pay those costs.
I just want to ask, when they load it up with debt, do they say, okay, these are our assets, and they put the assets, that's how they can get the debt?
That's right.
Because they're putting the assets up as collateral?
Correct. So the asset is this smelter and this huge infrastructure, and they also had a very low cost of electricity.
Just interrupting, is the debt used to pay for the acquisition?
Yes, the debt is used to pay for the acquisition, but it again allows the private equity firm to take the money out, right? They're loading the debt onto the company itself. itself, not onto the private equity firm. So the company is the one that now has to struggle with the debt costs, the increased interest expense that's associated with the debt. So Noranda, they load it up with debt. Almost immediately, Apollo gets its money out, all of its money out.
Which it wasn't that much.
Wasn't that much, maybe even like 6 months or something like that. They were able to extract all the money by putting the debt on the company, okay? So now Noranda is struggling under debt, under this debt load. Apollo then raises more debt. They ultimately make 3 times their money on the Noranda purchase. Meanwhile, the company starts to struggle,
and it
not
goes up,
surprisingly.
it goes under because it has to service the debt now.
It starts to struggle because it has to service the debt. So then Apollo says, wow, this is a problem. We need to negotiate with the state of Missouri's utility commission to lower our electricity costs, or otherwise we're going to leave. We're going to sell the company, take it somewhere else or something. So they negotiate with the utility commission a lower rate, even though it means that the other ratepayers in Missouri have to pick up the slack, have to cover that difference. Apollo gets the lower rate. It then starts to fire people because it can't make ends meet. The company is struggling. Again, the debt is too high. I think there may have been an economic, downturn. Aluminum wasn't quite as, in demand in any case, but it really was the debt that was causing the problems. The company ultimately goes bankrupt, but Apollo has made 3 times its money. So people are thrown out of work. They savaged 3 different pensions. The Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation had to come in and bail out 3 Noranda pensions because of the bankruptcy. They had ratepayers paying more across the state. There were school teachers, because Noranda was the biggest taxpayer in this small town in Missouri. All of a sudden the tax base crumbled, and the school teachers had to pay their own health care costs because what Noranda owed for the school payments for its taxes was not paid because they went bankrupt. So this was a perfect example of the circle of pain that these people create when they make all of the money for themselves, 3 times their investment, but they harmed ratepayers, they harmed school teachers, school children, they harmed workers, they harmed pensioners. That's what we're talking about.
You write, to outsiders, the buyout firms appeared to be fierce rivals, competing assiduously to beat each other out for the companies they hoped to acquire. In reality, the firms were cozy collaborators, members of a club that meant richer profits for them and fewer for everyday investors. Explain how that works.
This was an amazing case that it was brought by shareholders, or maybe debt holders. I think it was shareholders. But anyway, they turned up some amazing documents in the discovery where they had emails between these big, powerful firms that everyone thought were competing to buy companies, KKR, etc. The emails showed them to be very chummy. They would say, oh, well, we'll stand back on this deal. We won't do this deal. We'll let you take this deal. You give us the next one. And so it became clear when you have this kind of acquisition, if you have more bidders, if you have 2 bidders, 3 bidders, 5 bidders, the people who own the company that are selling it are going to get a better price because those bidders are going to bid up the price of the company. If you only have 1 bidder, they're not competing with anyone else, and they're not going to be raising the cost of the acquisition. So what happened was the shareholders ended up getting less because the other firms had decided not to compete and not to bid up the price. It was collusion that people had not really understood was happening on a regular basis. And it was kind of shocking. They ended up paying a lot of money to make the case, to settle the case. But it was a real eye-opener about how they are really working together to make sure that they don't have to pay too high a price and that there won't really be tough competition.
Isn't that illegal? Sorry to be so naive.
DOJ didn't think so.
Oh, really? Oh.
Did not bring a case.
Okay. I want to talk about utilities. And I wrote a book called America the Farewell Tour, but it opens in Scranton, Pennsylvania, which had declared bankruptcy. And they were just stripping city parking, sewer, anything they could sell off, which of course made things worse. It was a temporary fix, but rates skyrocketed. And you write about Bayonne, but talk about how they're cannibalizing basic services that were once managed by cities, communities, and the government.
Well, of course, you remember the idea that took hold in the 80s about privatization, that the government doesn't know how to run anything. We really should privatize all of these, organizations and services. The private sector really knows what they're doing. They're going to do a better job. We know that that's not the case, but in any case, these private equity firms do understand that there is money to be made buying into these kinds of utilities that are really necessities. We are not talking about frivolous items, we're talking about water. Okay, so Bayonne, New Jersey, like many, cities in the Northeast, had a decrepit water system. Pipes were bursting. They needed help. And along comes KKR, and they say, we'll help you out. We'll buy this. We'll give the money to you that you need to refurbish. Let's make that happen. They did the deal. You can well imagine that the people on the KKR side of the table were pretty shrewd operators, and the people on the water utility side of the table were probably not as shrewd. But what ended up happening was that for the people of Bayonne, New Jersey, which is a working class town, not a wealthy town, their water rates skyrocketed. And again, it was a situation where this very small group of financiers wind up winning, gaining enormous amounts, and everyone else winds up paying the freight.
Well, when you write skyrocketed, 2021 report by the Association of Environmental Authorities, a public utility nonprofit, said the average annual bill for privately owned water systems in the U.S. was 60% higher than that of publicly owned systems. And in privatized arrangements, low-income households spent 1.55% more of their income on water. So these rate hikes are staggering. I mean, they're very, very high and crippling.
Crippling. And it's not like you can say, okay, well, let's not drink any water today. Let's not use water to, cook our food, wash our clothes, do our dishes. Not a frivolous item.
So let's talk about the social cost. And I think we've talked in a kind of microcosm, but what's it doing to the national economy? How is it affecting us globally?
Well, the first thing I think, and the most important 30,000-foot view, is it expands the wealth gap in this country. It really blows that out. So people who are in the lower, echelon, the disparity between the rich and poor in this country, it's not healthy. It's unsustainable. And
Is it unsustainable because, in essence, they're just cannibalizing everything?
Well, it is unsustainable because you can't keep extracting money from the middle class and the poor people to become billionaires. I mean, that's just a recipe for disaster. Okay, capitalism is supposed to, in theory, benefit a wide array of people. It's supposed to provide prosperity for people to enhance their, economic situation, have a good job,
Yeah, but when it's regulated.
When it's regulated, right?
When it's not regulated, you have a term in the book, a-hole capitalism.
Right. Me, right? I, me, mine capitalism, right? Where I don't care about everyone else. It's really all about what I want and what I can get for myself. So it's the wealth gap in this country that has really, really blown out. And I believe these entities are contributing mightily to that. Now, then when you get lower down, that's the 30,000 foot view. When you get lower down, you have these, situations where people are actually personally affected by this, whether it's because the tax base in their town disappears because a company goes bankrupt. That means the taxpayers have to, make up the difference. Whether you're talking about a nursing home where people die more frequently, whether you're talking about pensions that are depleted because of this, meaning your retirement is going to be less prosperous than you had hoped it would be. These are the kinds of stories that you don't hear about, Chris, and that's why this is important to know. We endlessly, all the business press, lionizing these people and talking about their deals and how they're this billion and that billion. You never hear about the people on the other side of the transaction. And that's wrong, because there are people on the other side of the transaction, and their stories and their voices are important.
Well, I think that's been the great failing. The failing of the press is that we're not telling those stories. And, reading your book and seeing, that line that you have in the book about how people know something is wrong, but they don't know what exactly is wrong. I really read that as, I think, a huge factor in the rise of a figure like Trump. I don't know how you feel.
Yes, I agree 100%. They don't understand finance, and yes, the financiers make it complex for a reason. They hide behind the complexity, they hide behind the secrecy, they hide behind the fact that you don't know that they own the companies. People, I'm not blaming people for not understanding it, not knowing what the problem is, because it is hidden from view. And they do that on purpose. But it is pernicious and it is impacting people. And so it's causing job losses. It's causing reduced pensions. It's causing increased costs for taxpayers, which all contribute to this sense of unease about my future. Am I going to have enough money to retire? Am I going to have enough money to send my child to college? There's an unease going on that these people are contributing to.
Well, you make a point in the book, like with the surprise bills from the emergency room. I think the average, if I remember, was about $600 or something. Well, since they don't know these bills are coming, these families living on the edge are completely wiped out.
Right.
That this has catastrophic effects, and these, essentially predatory practices are bleeding, especially the working poor and the lower working class, which I think you make very clear in the book, and that has political consequences when it's not addressed, and it's largely not addressed because under our system of legalized bribery, in essence, the political class, these people own the political class. Not only own the political class, but especially I think during the Trump administration, a lot of these private equity people were in the administration.
Steve Schwarzman was at Trump's right hand in many photographs. He was his, business advisor, financial.
Well, one crook advising another. Great. All right. Thanch. That was Pulitzer Prize winning journalist Gretchen Morgenson, author of These Are the Plunderers, How Private Equity Runs and Wrecks America. I want to thank the Real News Network and its production team, Cameron Granadino, Adam Coley, David Hebden, and Kayla Rivera. You can find me at chrishedges.substack.com.
Thank you so much for watching the Real News Network, where we lift up the voices, stories, and struggles that you care about most. And we need your help to keep doing this work, so please tap your screen now, subscribe, and donate to the Real News Network. Solidarity forever.
Hello, my name is Taya Graham, and welcome to the Inequality Watch on the Real News Network. Now, as you may or may not know, myself and my reporting partner, Stephen Janis, normally hosts a police accountability report, but we also focus our investigative reporting skills on another topic we think is just as important, the explosion of economic inequality in the U.S. It's an issue that affects almost everything we do. It's why our healthcare system pushes so many into bankruptcy. It's why working people have been working longer and harder, yet their real wages have barely risen over the past 40 years. And it's why discussions about problems like climate change are submerged, no pun intended, in a tsunami of misinformation. It is, in a sense, the issue that none of us can afford to ignore. On our last Inequality Watch, we spoke with legendary economist Richard Wolff, and we discussed one of the most obvious symptoms of this unequal system: billionaires. We examine not just the impact of billionaires on our election, but how wealth influences and often constrains our political debate and how we approach complex social problems. I mean, think about the last election and the debates that defined it. Did we hear a word about how our country bankrupts people who get sick? Did we hear anything about living wages, or a real and thoughtful debate about how to create affordable housing, or fight climate change, or really save Social Security? Of course not. Instead, billionaires who pumped hundreds of millions of dollars into campaigns and super PACs and think tanks have corralled common sense by conjuring false conflicts that prompted us to fight amongst ourselves, and they get richer. And the mainstream and social media have gleefully and gainfully fueled our culture wars. But there is a good reason for this, because the system that sustains extreme wealth is not only flawed, but absolutely constructed in a way that is self-sustaining. And it does so in part by blinding our minds to the truth. It's like inequality is making us sick, and the political movement that could save us is prevented from revealing a cure. But today, we're going to find it and take a healthy dose of economic justice medicine to allow us to overcome the disease that ails all of us. And I will also be in the live chat to answer questions for you when I can. And to do so, we are so lucky to be joined by one of the foremost thinkers on this subject, Robert Reich. The former Clinton Labor Secretary has been at the forefront of debates over the impact of inequality on our society, constantly steering our deranged national discourse towards sense and sanity through facts, insight, and expert analysis. He is a champion of labor and the rights of workers, but he's also a soothsayer who predicted the rise of our politics of disillusionment merely 3 decades ago due to, you guessed it, rising inequality. Let's just watch a brief clip of him talking about it in 1994, almost 30 years ago to the day. I would love to play every moment of this video, but when I get a chance, I will post a link in the chat for you.
If American business continues to pursue short-term profits at the price of insecurity and falling living standards for a large portion of our society, it will sooner or later reap the bitter harvest of popular rage. The American public is basically pro-business, but that support rests upon an implicit bargain. And American business betrays that bargain every time it fires an older worker in order to hire a younger one at a lower cost. Every time it provides gold-plated health insurance to top executives, but it cuts health insurance or denies health insurance to its regular workers. Every time it labels an employee who had been a full-time employee an independent contractor for the purpose of getting that employee off the payroll and lowering various benefits. Every time it discards its workers rather than investing in their future capacity to produce, and produce more, and produce better, and produce smarter, particularly when profits are booming. What America must do, fundamentally, is empower every man and woman to earn their way into the new middle class.
Okay, you can see we have the right guest for the topic at hand, to say the least. I mean, do we have Nostradamus here? Or do we have an economist who actually took the time to look at the impact of globalization and computerization and automation and rabid corporate profit seeking and actually saw the impact it would have on people?
Yeah, it's really interesting because when I watch that clip, I kind of have an epiphany because we had been at the Republican National Convention and we had talked to people and tried to push them on like what specific policies. And there was this real sense of nostalgia and angry nostalgia in the people that we talked to. And I think now when I'm watching the clip, I get the sense that what they were nostalgic about was a time period when this country actually cared about the middle class and working class. I think they were really like, they would be angry about immigration or something, but it seemed to me all kind of focused on this idea, we need to go back, but go back to what? Go back to when there were people who were leading this country who actually cared about how policies affected working class people. And I think that's what this clip sort of foretells, that this devices would come forward and just basically define the future, which is what we saw at the Republican National Convention.
Stephen, I think that's an excellent way to categorize some of the grievance that we saw, as well as it was nostalgia as well.
Policy. Yeah.
And it was nostalgic as well. That's a really excellent point.
But a twisted form of nostalgia too, that doesn't see the future and really doesn't see any possibilities, and that's what Professor was talking about there.
But before we go back to Professor Reich, I want to revisit some of the ideas from our last show so we can build on them. Now, this is a method we use on the show to add some context to the facts of how wealth inequality impacts all of us. So last time, we came up with a way of categorizing billionaires to help us understand this idea. We wanted to discuss the relationship between how extreme wealth is acquired and how that process infiltrates our political discourse, shapes public policy, and influences how we vote. So I want to take a minute to review these ideas so that we can explore their mechanics. And I want to examine the operating system of our inequality economics. So, Stephen, we came up with three types of billionaires that we argued had an outsized impact on our political discourse. Can you review them for us quickly and tell us why they're important?
Well, we came up with carbon billionaires, who are billionaires that make money off fossil fuels. We had conflict billionaires, who are billionaires that make money off creating social media and a media ecosystem that thrives off of discord and strife and anger. And then we came up with capture billionaires, are the people who kind of extract money through private equity or through, like investment bank or whatever. So we came up with those three to kind of say, here is a political economy that emerges from these three kind of billionaires. And especially today, we're going to focus on the conflict billionaires because of the way their sort of ecosystem has created this public square that is all about conflict and not about solving problems. So those are the three, just quickly overview of how they work.
Okay, so that was a great summation. And so for the purpose of our discussion today, though, I just want to focus on one genus of billionaires, specifically the conflict variety.
Right.
That's because I think they have created what we would call a conflict-rich environment. And the reason I make this point is because we need to keep this idea in mind as we unpack this subject with our guests. This means the waters, so to speak, are muddied by this so-called conflict environment, right?
Yeah. I mean, the problem is, one thing we saw talking to voters, like I said, they had very little grasp of policy. And I think that's because we're all immersed in a conflict, kind of, what you said, like a conflict-defined ecosystem of information that makes it impossible to really discuss complex policy. You're just basically there to dunk on people and to go, and really a lot of the voters seem really misinformed in many ways about their own self-interest. So we're kind of trying to create a way of analyzing that, sort of looking at it through the lens of conflict economics and by extension, conflict media.
You know, I'd just like to add that this very immersive information complex that we're confronted with daily uses a very specific conveyor to decide what we see and read. So what rises to the top of the algorithmic ladder gets there because it generates the most antipathy and the most animosity. I mean, social media companies have literally helped fuel ethnic conflict and civil wars. And that's where the conflict billionaires pave the way for extreme wealth without accountability.
Yeah.
You can't fight the power, so to speak, if we're fighting each other. So we need to remember that as we try to evolve our thinking about this topic of economics, because that system can simply bury the information, bury the discussion, and bury the analysis that seeks to hold it accountable. And that brings me again to our guest, former Labor Secretary and labor rights champion, Robert Reich. Let me give, or at least try to give, a brief introduction. His latest book is The System: Who Rigged It and How to Fix It. He served as the Secretary of Labor in the Clinton administration, for which Time magazine named him one of the 10 most effective cabinet secretaries of the 20th century. And of course, he has a Substack, Robert Reich, a YouTube channel named after him, and he is the co-founder of Inequality Media, a nonpartisan digital media company whose mission is to inform and engage the public about inequality and the imbalance of power in our society. And if any of you watching want to learn more about the economics of inequality, please follow Professor Reich and his colleagues at Inequality Media. Professor Reich, welcome to the Inequality Watch, and thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you, Taya. Thank you for inviting me. And Stephen, it's very, very good to talk with you as well.
So first, if you don't mind, it would be great if you could give us some sense of the historical perspective on the magnitude of inequality at this moment in our history, and maybe even more importantly, what did you see 30 years ago that told you this extreme inequality was on its way? What did you see that no one else could? Or was it that other people saw it but refused to admit the truth? I mean, how did you know?
Well, I don't want to take credit for knowing what other people did not know. I think that Washington, D.C., has a tendency to exaggerate things that are politically powerful and sell politically, like conflict, but submerge, as you suggested a few minutes ago, submerge some of the real important structural issues that we ought to be talking about. And as Secretary of Labor, it seemed to me very important to talk about those structural issues. I took some heat for it, but I think it was worth it. You mentioned before that the conflict industry, particularly with regard to social media, tries to sell various time and goods and services on the basis of conflict. And that's absolutely right. But there's something else going on here as well, and that is that the more we are angry with each other, working class people, middle class people in America, the less we look up and see where all the wealth and power in our society has actually gone. It's gone to the top. And it's gone to the top in a fairly short amount of time. I mean, it starts in the late 70s, early 1980s, the Reagan administration, and the deregulation of Wall Street, globalization through trade, the ability of companies to put the squeeze and really corrupt and overwhelm their labor unions, and finally, the ability of companies to monopolize their markets, all contributed to this extraordinary rise in inequality, which can only be compared, I think, to what happened in the late 19th century, early 20th century. It was called then the first Gilded Age, or it was called the Gilded Age. It really is the first Gilded Age, because what we're seeing right now is comparable. The same degrees of inequality, the same robber barons, that's what we used to call them in the first Gilded Age. There are robber barons. There are people who are abusing their wealth and using it to essentially corrupt our democracy.
Wow, Professor, so is it okay if we refer to this as the second Gilded Age from now on? That would be helpful.
Yeah.
There's this idea, this notion that politics are horribly or irreparably divided, but how much of that divide is a result of the economic inequality and the forces of inequality you talked about? I mean, is it really a divide, or is it really just that this sometimes unexpressed notion of inequality is driving us to like loathe each other in some way.
Well, I think you have a huge number of people in this country, Stephen, who
last spring, as I revealed in audio letters 45 and 46, the Russians began seizing control of the United States government. Key officials from President Jimmy Carter on down have been replaced by doubles. And these doubles are not human beings, in spite of their appearance and behavior. They are artificial, robot-like living beings called organic robotoids. When I first revealed these things, I braced myself. I knew that many of my listeners would be unable to absorb them. But my reason for doing it was the one I stated then. Without knowing about the robotoids, events would become impossible to understand. Since that time, robotoids in key positions of power have been causing many surprises in the news these days. The strangest surprises of all have been caused by the Jimmy Carter robotoids. In audio letter 48 2 months ago, I detailed the major instability problems the Russians are having with their Carter robotoids. The holographic computer brains of the robotoids include instabilities which were present in the real Carter brain in a way that exaggerates those instabilities. As a result, ever so often a Carter robotoid does something so unpredictable that it is dangerous to the Russians. An example was the famous so-called killer rabbit incident of a few weeks ago. A Carter robotoid told the press, in all seriousness, that he and his family had been attacked by a swamp rabbit while fishing. Can you imagine? The Russians want to rid themselves of the nerve-wracking problem of the unstable Carter robotoids. Earlier this month, on September 15, an attempt was made to do just that. The alleged President Carter was entered in a foot race, of all things, in the Catoctin Mountains near Camp David. It was a strenuous 6-mile course, which included much uphill running. Carter robotoid number 14 was programmed to run at maximum speed and not to let up for any reason. The Russian strategy was simple. Runners who overexert themselves and who do not stop and rest when danger signs appear can do themselves serious harm. Sudden overheating, dehydration, and heart failure can take place abruptly in extreme cases. Robotoids, as I have explained in past tapes, embody a crude facsimile of human metabolism. Their hearts are relatively weak, and they live for only a few weeks or months, depending on the stress problems. They have no self-preservation instinct, so Carter Robotoid 14 was programmed to run like the wind. It was expected that suddenly, without warning, he would suffer complete heart failure, collapse, and die on the spot. If the robotoid died before aid could reach him, everyone would just accept it as a tragic accident, and the Russians would be rid of the problem of unstable Carter robotoids. But the day of the race dawned cooler than had been expected by the planners. Carter Robotoid 14 did collapse, but did not expire instantly. His face turned a deathly greenish gray, and he was moaning and incoherent. And yet, when the Secret Service men picked him up, his legs kept running as programmed. Finally, an ambulance arrived, but Carter Robotoid 14 did not use it. Instead, the Robotoid was bundled off in a car to Camp David. And there, Robotoid 14 finally died. Too late, and out of public view. The purpose of the race had been to eliminate the Carter Robotoid problem in a way that would leave no questions. That is, sudden death on the spot. But there would have been a storm of questions if Carter's alleged death had been announced after help arrived and took him away. So after the race, Carter Robotoid number 15 showed up to reassure everyone. He looked nothing at all like the deathly figure who had collapsed just a short while earlier in the race. He looked like a new man, and in a sense, he was. The contrast between the dying Robotoid 14 and the fresh Robotoid 15 is something you can see for yourself. Just get a copy of Sports Illustrated magazine for September 24, 1979. On pages 16 and 17, you will see the pictures of Robotoid 14, stricken, stumbling, mouth agape. Then look at the fresh, smiling picture of Robotoid 15, handing out trophies on page 19, only a short while later, and then ask yourself, is this the same man? My friends, the Robotoids are one example of what you need to know to understand the secret war now going on. But there are other things you need to know too, because the war between Russia and her Bolshevik and Zionist enemies has many facets, and it is very ancient. Topic number 2. 2 months ago, I revealed that a revolutionary new intelligence weapon was being introduced by Russia. I refer to their organic robotoids. These are man-made, robot-like living creatures, perhaps best described as computerized animals. They're designed to simulate human beings almost perfectly in appearance and behavior, and yet they are not human. Robotoids are so far removed from the knowledge and experience of most people that they are very difficult for many people to believe. But now, more and more major surprises are filling the news. That is, they are surprises if you do not know about Russia's robotoids. For example, consider the Middle East and the alleged gasoline shortage. Nearly 4 years ago, on October 12, 1975, I wrote an article on the op-ed page of the Washington Star. It was titled, "Who's to Blame for Inflation? It's Time to Be Fair to OPEC." The comments I made then are still true today. For example, we hear constantly about the increasing price of oil, but, quote, "You must remember that products from the oil-consuming countries to the oil-producing countries are costing more each day," unquote. And, quote, "Thus oil price rises appear to be limited, while the products of the industrialized countries are unlimited, open-ended. Is this fair?" Unquote. When I wrote those words in 1975, I was out of step with the crowd. For the next 3.5 years, we were told increasingly that OPEC, especially Saudi Arabia, was our economic enemy. But suddenly, in the past 2 months, everything has changed. The hate Saudi Arabia chant in the major media has abruptly stopped, at least for the moment. Instead, stories are appearing about renewed trust between the United States and Saudi Arabia. And as if by magic, the contrived gasoline lines are disappearing, with promises of more gas on the way. It's all the result of the Russian robotoid shuttles to the Middle East, my friends, which I reported in audio letter 46. Russia stopped the war plan and robbed the big oil companies of their excuse for shortages. Now consider the SALT II treaty. There's a relationship, my friends, between SALT II and, of all things, the Skylab debacle. There is nothing at all in the major media news about this relationship. But as my older listeners know, SALT II and Skylab are just tips of the same iceberg. And it's an iceberg that is already sinking our ship of state. Earlier, I reviewed how the real story of Skylab's fate began on September 27, 1977. That was the day America lost the secret space battle of the Harvest Moon to Russia. 3 weeks later, a Russian Cosmos interceptor blasted Skylab out of existence. The real story of the present SALT II treaty also began on September 27, 1977. That day, Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko delivered a speech at the United Nations. By the time Gromyko spoke, it was already clear that Russia was winning the space battle. So he spoke very harshly about American stalling on SALT II. He delivered what amounted to a veiled ultimatum. Then he left for Washington for a highly unusual nighttime meeting at the White House with the real Jimmy Carter and Secretary of State Cyrus Vance. Breathless reporters told the nation there had been a breakthrough in SALT II. But when I recorded audio letter 26 3 days later, I revealed what had really happened. The stories about a SALT breakthrough were lies, cover stories to allay public concern. That's what my listeners heard in audio letter 26. And for the following year and a half, SALT II went nowhere. But early this year, drastic changes in America's rulership began taking place. For the past 6 months, the audio letter has been focusing on these changes as they have taken place, and they have led, among other things, to a turnaround on SALT II. The changes began on January 26, 1979, with the murder of Nelson Rockefeller. That was the opening shot of a secret Bolshevik coup d'etat against America's real rulers. As I have explained in previous tapes, the atheistic Bolsheviks no longer rule Russia. They have been overthrown by a tough band of native Christians. Today, Christianity is being reborn in Russia, but here in the United States, the Bolsheviks want to create a new Bolshevik revolution. They want to seize control of America and then to strike back at their bitter enemies, the Christ ones who now run the Kremlin. For several months, the Bolshevik coup d'etat was moving fast. Important people were being purged and replaced by doubles, beginning with David and Lawrence Rockefeller and their intimates. And the weekend after Easter 1979, the Bolshevik purge claimed the lives of President Carter, Vice President Mondale, and their families. But as I reported in audio letter 45, the Russians then began to intervene. A secret war of doubles broke out, and by late April, the White House was already under Russia's control. In audio letter 46, I was able to let my listeners in on the key to Russia's success. They are using robotoids to replace and simulate powerful people. The United States is secretly becoming a Russian satellite state. And the American turnaround on SALT II came fast. On May 9, 1979, the robotoid replacements for Defense Secretary Brown and Secretary of State Vance made the initial announcement. An agreement in principle had been achieved on SALT II, and with lightning speed, the treaty itself was signed in Vienna barely 5 weeks later. My friends, Russia signed with herself through Carter Robotoid number 3 and Brezhnev number 2, the human double for the late real Brezhnev. At first, the new SALT II treaty brought howls from Capitol Hill. We heard over and over that it was in serious trouble. But last month, I reported the true situation. SALT II's most bitter opponents in the Senate are people who are playing ball with the Bolsheviks here in America. Russia is replacing them with robotoids, and the earlier hard line against SALT II is slowly evaporating. The shift is subtle so far, but it is clearly visible. For example, the late Senator Barry Goldwater worried constantly in public about verification. But on July 23rd, Robotoid Goldwater said, quote, I would not be too exercised over it now, unquote. An even more bitter SALT II opponent was the late Senator Henry Jackson. Jackson always played up the Russian threat. But on July 23, he accused Robotoid Defense Secretary Harold Brown of exaggerating that threat. He called it scare tactics to sell SALT II. Even our outgoing ambassador to the Soviet Union, Malcolm Toon, is no more. Toon was publicly very suspicious of SALT II. But now, a Toon Robotoid has abruptly started campaigning in favor of SALT II. And he won't explain the change. Robotoids, my friends, are a very powerful weapon. But as I pointed out in audio letter 46, they are also very troublesome. They do not live long, especially under conditions of constant exposure and stress. They must also be programmed, and yet they are also somewhat unpredictable. Last month, I described the process by which the holographic brain of a robotoid reproduces the memory of a person being duplicated. Other parts of the brain are altered so that the robotoid ends up as a robot-like being that obeys instructions. But the memory includes involuntary responses which sometimes produce unwanted behavior. This is turning out to be a severe problem in the case of the Jimmy Carter robotoids, because the real Carter had mental instabilities which are reproduced partially in the robotoids. The first signs of erratic behavior by the Carter robotoids came in public comments about Senator Kennedy. The real Jimmy Carter had a strong personal dislike for Kennedy, and on several occasions, Carter robotoids have simply blurted out these reactions in very raw form. To a degree, this type of thing is a danger with all robotoids. They do not possess truly human judgment. They appear to have it under certain conditions, but this is the result of programming for those situations. The problems of instability and short life cause robotoids to be best suited for interim purposes. For long-term purposes, human agents are still the...
Wouldn't it be great if you could read and manage your business mail from anywhere? Wish you had a professional business.
Topic number 2. 2 months ago, I revealed that a revolutionary new intelligence weapon was being introduced by Russia. I refer to their organic robotoids. These are man-made, robot-like living creatures, perhaps best described as computerized animals. They're designed to simulate human beings almost perfectly in appearance and behavior, and yet they are not human. Robotoids are so far removed from the knowledge and experience of most people that they are very difficult for many people to believe. But now, more and more major surprises are filling the news. That is, they are surprises if you do not know about Russia's robotoids. For example, consider the Middle East and the alleged gasoline shortage. Nearly 4 years ago, on October 12, 1975, I wrote an article on the op-ed page of the Washington Star. It was titled, "Who's to Blame for Inflation? It's Time to Be Fair to OPEC." The comments I made then are still true today. For example, we hear constantly about the increasing price of oil, but, quote, "You must remember that products from the oil-consuming countries to the oil-producing countries are costing more each day," unquote. And, quote, "Thus oil price rises appear to be limited, while the products of the industrialized countries are unlimited, open-ended. Is this fair?" unquote. When I wrote those words in 1975, I was out of step with the crowd. For the next 3.5 years, we were told increasingly that OPEC, especially Saudi Arabia, was our economic enemy. But suddenly, in the past 2 months, everything has changed. The hate Saudi Arabia chant in the major media has abruptly stopped, at least for the moment. Instead, stories are appearing about renewed trust between the United States and Saudi Arabia. And as if by magic, the contrived gasoline lines are disappearing, with promises of more gas on the way. It's all the result of the Russian Robotoid shuttles to the Middle East, my friends, which I reported in AUDIO LETTER 46. Russia stopped the war plan and robbed the big oil companies of their excuse for shortages. Now consider the SALT II treaty. There's a relationship, my friends, between SALT II and, of all things, the Skylab debacle. There is nothing at all in the major media news about this relationship. But as my older listeners know, SALT II and Skylab are just tips of the same iceberg. And it's an iceberg that is already sinking our ship of state. Earlier, I reviewed how the real story of Skylab's fate began on September 27, 1977. That was the day America lost the secret space battle of the Harvest Moon to Russia. 3 weeks later, a Russian Cosmos interceptor blasted Skylab out of existence. The real story of the present SALT II treaty also began on September 27, 1977. That day, Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko delivered a speech at the United Nations. By the time Gromyko spoke, it was already clear that Russia was winning the space battle. So he spoke very harshly about American stalling on SALT II. He delivered what amounted to a veiled ultimatum. Then he left for Washington for a highly unusual nighttime meeting at the White House with the real Jimmy Carter and Secretary of State Cyrus Vance. Breathless reporters told the nation there had been a breakthrough in SALT II. But when I recorded AUDIO LETTER 26 3 days later, I revealed what had really happened. The stories about a SALT breakthrough were lies, cover stories to allay public concern. That's what my listeners heard in AUDIO LETTER 26. And for the following 1.5 years, SALT II went nowhere. But early this year, drastic changes in America's rulership began taking place. For the past 6 months, the AUDIO letter has been focusing on these changes as they have taken place, and they have led, among other things, to a turnaround on SALT II. The changes began on January 26, 1979, with the murder of Nelson Rockefeller. That was the opening shot of a secret Bolshevik coup d'etat against America's real rulers. As I have explained in previous tapes, the atheistic Bolsheviks no longer rule Russia. They have been overthrown by a tough band of native Christians. Today, Christianity is being reborn in Russia, but here in the United States, the Bolsheviks want to create a new Bolshevik revolution. They want to seize control of America and then to strike back at their bitter enemies, the Christ ones who now run the Kremlin. For several months, the Bolshevik coup d'etat was moving fast. Important people were being purged and replaced by doubles, beginning with David and Lawrence Rockefeller and their intimates. And the weekend after Easter 1979, the Bolshevik purge claimed the lives of President Carter, Vice President Mondale, and their families. But as I reported in AUDIO LETTER 45, the Russians then began to intervene. A secret war of doubles broke out, and by late April, the White House was already under Russia's control. In AUDIO LETTER 46, I was able to let my listeners in on the key to Russia's success. They are using robotoids to replace and simulate powerful people. The United States is secretly becoming a Russian satellite state, and the American turnaround on SALT II came fast. On May 9, 1979, the robotoid replacements for Defense Secretary Brown and Secretary of State Vance made the initial announcement. An agreement in principle had been achieved on SALT II, and with lightning speed, the treaty itself was signed in Vienna barely 5 weeks later. My friends, Russia signed with herself through Carter Robotoid number 3 and Brezhnev number 2, the human double for the late real Brezhnev. At first, the new SALT II treaty brought howls from Capitol Hill. We heard over and over that it was in serious trouble. But last month, I reported the true situation. SALT II's most bitter opponents in the Senate are people who are playing ball with the Bolsheviks here in America. Russia is replacing them with robotoids, and the earlier hard line against SALT II is slowly evaporating. The shift is subtle so far, but it is clearly visible. For example, the late Senator Barry Goldwater worried constantly in public about verification. But on July 23rd, Robotoid Goldwater said, quote, "I would not be too exercised over it now," unquote. An even more bitter SALT II opponent was the late Senator Henry Jackson. Jackson always played up the Russian threat. But on July 23, he accused Robotoid Defense Secretary Harold Brown of exaggerating that threat. He called it scare tactics to sell SALT II. Even our outgoing ambassador to the Soviet Union, Malcolm Toon, is no more. Toon was publicly very suspicious of SALT II, but now a Toon Robotoid has abruptly started campaigning in favor of SALT II, and he won't explain the change. Robotoids, my friends, are a very powerful weapon, but as I pointed out in audio letter 46, they are also very troublesome. They do not live long, especially under conditions of constant exposure and stress. They must also be programmed, and yet they are also somewhat unpredictable. Last month, I described the process by which the holographic brain of a robotoid reproduces the memory of a person being duplicated. Other parts of the brain are altered so that the robotoid ends up as a robot-like being that obeys instructions. But the memory includes involuntary responses which sometimes produce unwanted behavior. This is turning out to be a severe problem in the case of the Jimmy Carter robotoids, because the real Carter had mental instabilities which are reproduced partially in the robotoids. The first signs of erratic behavior by the Carter robotoids came in public comments about Senator Kennedy. The real Jimmy Carter had a strong personal dislike for Kennedy, and on several occasions, Carter robotoids have simply blurted out these reactions in very raw form. To a degree, this type of thing is a danger with all robotoids. They do not possess truly human judgment. They appear to have it under certain conditions, but this is the result of programming for those situations. The problems of instability and short life cause robotoids to be best suited for interim purposes. For long-term purposes, human agents are still the best. For that reason, don't be surprised to see more and more new faces in high positions. Some of the new faces will themselves be robotoids, but some will be human beings. The Carter crisis of recent days demonstrates two things at once. One is the extent of secret Russian control that now exists in Washington. The other is the difficulty the Russians themselves are having with their robotoids. On July 1, Carter Robotoid number 4 returned to Washington from South Korea following the economic summit in Tokyo. The scheduled Carter holiday in Hawaii was canceled, and the next day a Carter energy speech was scheduled for the evening of July 5. Then the Carter Robotoid family disappeared to Camp David. Jimmy Carter Robotoid 4 was burning out and was disposed of. Robotoid 5 was next in line and had already been tried out several times. But on the 4th of July, the day before the scheduled speech, Carter Robotoid 5 went berserk. It was disposed of, leaving only Robotoid 6 on deck. Each new Robotoid is given exposure on a small scale first to test its wings, so to speak. For example, our alleged president goes fishing with a few friends or visits a farm family. But this had not yet been done with Robotoid 6 on July 4th, so that left the Russians no choice. The speech was canceled without explanation. The Jody Powell Robotoid refused to answer reporters' questions. The press was stunned. Capitol Hill was shocked and dismayed. And Carter's own staff, those who are still human, were caught by surprise. The following evening, July 5, the White House Energy Group held a meeting. Afterward, the Washington Star quoted a key administration official as saying that, quote, "There was incredible disarray," unquote. Meanwhile, Carter's political advisors supposedly were summoned to Camp David. By Friday evening, July 6, Carter Robotoid 6 was programmed and ready for initial controlled exposure. Thus began the so-called domestic summit at Camp David. Puzzled observers said they could not figure out what Carter hoped to accomplish with all this. The people invited to Camp David, after all, were people whose views were already known to Carter, almost without exception. A number of the participants, as they left, scratched their heads in puzzlement. Carter, they said, had talked little. He simply sat taking notes and nodding most of the time. My friends, two things were going on at Camp David. One was the controlled exposure I mentioned earlier for Carter Robotoid 6. But in addition, key individuals among the visitors were robotized. That is, the real person arrived, but a Robotoid departed. The individuals who were robotized at Camp David have been identified from Nelson Rockefeller's hit list, which I discussed 2 months ago. Others were invited and left untouched as a smokescreen. All those on the list who arrived at Camp David are now dead. In their place are Robotoids, carrying on in their places like programmed zombies. The people themselves are dead, and the Robotoids are not conscious of being alive. And so, the secret war of the Walking Dead goes on. On July 11, Skylab Day according to NASA, the Camp David Domestic Summit ended abruptly. Carter Robotoid 6 had started behaving erratically. Wall Street was rife with rumors that Carter had suffered a nervous breakdown. Robotoid 7 was brought onto the scene, and the next day, Robotoid 6 was eliminated. Once again, Carter was said to be at work on his energy speech. On Friday the 13th of July, journalists who met with Robotoid 7 described Carter as, quote, a thoroughly chastened leader, unquote. Others called him a deeply troubled and worried man. Nevertheless, the next day, Carter Robotoid 7 was sent forth to try his wings. Like a dead El Cid strapped to a horse, the seventh Robotoid copy of the late President Carter sallied forth. We were told that the President of the United States visited private homes near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Martinsburg, West Virginia. Afterward, the Russian Robotoid command in Novosibirsk must have sighed with relief. One of the hosts told UPI, quote, I feel better about him now. He's acting more like a president now, unquote. That Saturday evening, July 14, Carter Robotoid 7 arrived on the White House lawn by helicopter at roughly 6:30 p.m. But the Russians were taking no chances. An Associated Press dispatch that evening described another unexplained strange turn of events. Quote, members of the press corps, who normally are allowed on the lawn to see and photograph the arrival, were barred from doing so on Saturday. White House press officials gave no reason for the change, except to say they saw no reason for the coverage, unquote. The following evening, Sunday, July 15, Carter Robotoid 7 successfully delivered the long-delayed energy speech. But as it turned out, energy was only part of his subject. In that regard, the Russian program to nationalize the big oil companies was set in motion. That is what the so-called Energy Security Corporation is actually all about. And to cut down all bureaucratic obstacles to Russia's energy plans here, the Energy Mobilization Board is to be created. But the speech had a much broader thrust, dealing with the crisis of the American spirit. Some commentators have joked about the speech as Carter's Sunday night sermon, quote, unquote. But as I will point out briefly in topic number 3, we would be wise not to laugh. Because, my friends, the words of the Carter Robotoid 7 came straight from the Kremlin, and the Kremlin is not joking. Even the speech itself was not without its mystery. The following day, an article in the New York Times pointed out, quote, another extraordinary development was that the White House had no advance text of the speech, the President's 10 days of deliberations notwithstanding. It was the first time in the memory of veteran reporters that no prepared text was released, unquote. Even so, the speech gave the impression momentarily that things were finally back to normal. But that impression was shattered less than 48 hours later. Shortly after 4 p.m. July 17, the Jody Powell Robotoid issued another brief surprise announcement to reporters. Something unprecedented had happened. The entire Carter cabinet and all senior members of the White House staff had offered their resignations. Once again, the Washington establishment was shaken to its foundations. But if the resignations were a shock here, they were a lightning bolt overseas, because in other countries, the resignation of an entire cabinet means just one thing. It means the government has fallen. For the next few days, news reports worldwide were filled with worried reactions. On all sides, we were hearing words like dismay, bewilderment, disbelief. Senators and others described Carter as acting erratically. One said publicly, quote, we are worried about him having some kind of breakdown, unquote. Another said, quote, I think the president is nuts, unquote. Soon, a Jimmy Carter Robotoid may well flee the White House. That will leave 1980 as the year of the dark horse, because as of now, every major potential presidential candidate has been replaced with a Robotoid. 2 months ago, when I first made public my intelligence on the Russian Robotoids, I gave a warning. I knew many people would find them unbelievable, but I also cautioned that, quote, events in the days ahead will be impossible to understand without knowing this secret, unquote. And now, my friends, those events are already taking place.
We welcome you to the prophetic teaching titled, From Here to Eternity. What does the Bible say about the future of the world? What does the Bible say about the future of America? Today I want to give you the Bible reasons why we are living at the end of the age. Why is the rapture of the church imminent? What's going to happen to America and the world in the coming Great Tribulation? St. Paul described our generation saying, quote, "But know this, that in the last days," hear that phrase, "at the end of time, perilous times shall come." We are living in perilous times. Right now, we're on the verge of nuclear warfare. Russia is openly threatening America with nuclear weapons. The headlines of the newspaper read, "We are facing the prospect of Armageddon." These are perilous times. In America today, our public schools are teaching Communism 101 with a critical race theory that is nothing less than class warfare. America is experiencing an invasion of over 2 million illegal immigrants who have flooded our southern borders, bringing us the drug cartel, sex trafficking, known terrorists, rapists, and career criminals who are now attacking the American people in our streets and homes. America's economy is being strangled by rapid inflation created by the quality of leadership that we have in America. Some say we are watching the death of the dollar. The Third World War was started in the Ukraine. Today I want to give you 28 Bible reasons why we are living at the end of the age. These 28 Bible readings are in a sequence, painting the portrait of the world's immediate future. After I tell you what the Bible has to say, I'm going to take you to the chart and let you see it pictorially so you fully comprehend and grasp the magnitude of the hour in which we live. Most of this information is found in this book that I have just written, The End of the Age. The countdown has begun. Fact number one, the next prophetic event that will shake planet Earth to the core will be the rapture of the church. People say, if the rapture of the church is imminent, why now? The Bible gives three major illustrations for measuring that time. The end of the age will be marked by a knowledge explosion. Daniel in chapter 12 verse 4 is writing, and the angel Michael tells Daniel, quote, "But you, Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book until the time of the end." That means the last of days, when many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be greatly increased. Consider the phrase to and fro. From the Garden of Eden until the early 20th century, men rode horses and wagons for transportation. Then came the invention of the automobile by Henry Ford. Then came airplanes, and then jet planes, and then we sent men to the moon. We are that terminal generation where knowledge has been greatly increased. Consider the knowledge explosion in medicine. From Genesis to the 20th century, there was very little change in medicine. Now we have heart replacements. We have brain surgery. We have organ transplants. We have medicine that's so advanced, we've had to redefine death. The second sign that is given in the scripture, and it is the greatest sign, is the rebirth of Israel. This is the most important event prophetically since the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Look at the words Hosea in chapter 6, verses 1 and 2. Hosea says, "Come and let us, Israel, return to the Lord. For he has torn us, and he will heal us. He has stricken us, and he will bind us up." Now listen to what he says. And when he says us, he's talking about Israel. "After 2 days he will revive us, and on the third day he will raise us up that we may live in his sight." Recognize that in the scripture, a day with the Lord is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is as a day. So the translation of Hosea's prophecy goes like this: for 2,000 years, 2 days, the Jewish people will suffer persecution, and they have. And on the third day, they will rise up to live in his sight. If you measure time from the birth of Christ, which is 0, to the year 1000, that's day 1. From 1000 to 2000 is day 2, because the day with the Lord is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is as a day. Listen, after 2 days he will revive us. Israel was reborn in 1948 on the 2nd day, just like Hosea prophesied. But listen to this. Then on the 3rd day, God will raise us up, and we shall live in his sight. You can only live in God's sight if you see him with your natural eyes. We are now living 22 years into the 3rd day. King Jesus is coming back with power and great glory to rule and reign over this planet. We are approaching the rapture of the church. Ezekiel 37:11, God said to Ezekiel, "Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel," because God showed Ezekiel the nation of Israel. And you should read Ezekiel 37 and 38 and 39 to get a total feeling of the rebirth, the growth, and the development of Israel and the war that they're about to fight. Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. There is no doubt this is Israel. It is not the church. Thus saith the Lord, behold my people Israel, and I will open your Gentile graves and bring you into the land of Israel. In the diaspora, the Jewish people were driven from Jerusalem into the nations of the world that became their graves. And now God is bringing them back. This happened in 1948. The rebirth of Israel in May 1948 is the greatest miracle since the resurrection of Jesus Christ. We are now living in the 3rd day. This is the end of the age. A third sign that this is the end of the age is Jerusalem being reunited with Israel. This happened in 1967. This happened in the 6-Day War. President Donald Trump announced that Jerusalem is the eternal and undivided capital of Israel. Diana and I visited with President Trump in the White House, and I asked him to recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel and please move the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He said he would, and he did. He made a promise, and he kept that promise. Listen to Luke 21:24. And Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles, listen, until the times of the Gentile has been fulfilled. Then they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. Now, when these things begin to happen, look up, your redemption draweth nigh. The rapture is there. Get the significance of this. When Jerusalem is no longer trampled down, controlled by the Gentiles, the day of the Gentiles is past in Jerusalem, then the Son of Man is coming. The fact Jerusalem Gentile reign over Jerusalem stopped in 1967 was the 6-Day War. It's time to look up because the rapture of the church is drawing nigh. Following the rapture of the church comes the judgment seat of Christ. This is in Romans 14:10. Paul writes, "For we all shall stand before the judgment seat of Christ." Every person listening to this telecast, you are personally going to stand before Jesus Christ and give an account for your life, for every word, for every act, and for every deed. And he says, so then, when each of us shall give an account of himself to God, we're going to come face to face with the Lord, and we are going to answer for our lives. Thirdly is the marriage supper of the Lamb. It's a 7-year celebration. Imagine now millions of people from all over the earth, of every tribe, of every nation, are standing around the throne of grace. As far as your eyes can see, there is a heavenly host. It's going to be a 7-year celebration for the bride of Christ who has been victorious victorious over the world, the flesh, and the devil. They kept themselves from sin and served Christ as Savior and Lord. Does this describe you? If it doesn't, you're going to meet the Antichrist. Revelation 19, 7 and 8, John writes, "And let us be glad and rejoice and give him glory, for the marriage of the Lamb has come. And his wife," that would be the church, "and his wife has made herself ready. The church is clothed in fine linen, clean and bright, and the fine linen is the righteous acts of the saints." Get that thought in your mind. Your righteous acts on earth will be reflected in the robe you wear when you get to heaven. What's your robe going to look like when you get to heaven? What righteous acts are you going to present to the Lord that you have done with all of the privilege that he's given you? Immediately the 7 years of tribulation on the earth with the Antichrist will begin when the bride of Christ is in heaven. The Antichrist will make his appearance. He is called in the Bible the son of perdition. That translates, he is the son of Satan. He is anointed of the devil to destroy the world. If you miss the rapture, you're going to take his mark or lose your soul. You can take his mark in your right hand or your forehead, and if you have that, you can buy and sell. But if you do not, you cannot buy a loaf of bread or a gallon of milk. It will be total economic control. If you take his mark, you lose your soul. It's just so much easier to know Jesus than to wait and let that lunatic cut your head off because you didn't surrender to Jesus in the dispensation of grace. The Antichrist will establish a new world order. He will be the absolute dictator, and the world will welcome him. Why? Because when the church is taken out, the global economy is going to crash. America's economy is teetering right now. So is the European economy. If you take out the hundreds of millions of Christians that are going to leave this earth, we're the ones working. We're the ones who are paying taxes. When we're gone, there will be an economic vacuum that will destroy the currencies of the world, and there will of necessity be a global dictator who will declare a one-world currency. He will also create a one-world religion and a one-world government. The 7 years of tribulation starts with the Antichrist making a 7-year peace treaty with Israel and the Arab nations. This is recorded in Ezekiel, the 38th chapter, verse 8. Get this. For years, the conflict between Israel and its Arab neighbors have existed. And the Antichrist is going to come, and he's going to make genuine peace, what appears to be peace, with the Jewish people. Please understand that 3.5 years later, he's going to break that treaty, and he's going to attack the Jewish people with everything he's got. It will be one of the most horrific experiences of Jewish history. When I prayed the dedication prayer over the U.S. Embassy when it was moved from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, the Orthodox rabbi approached me. He shook my hand and he said, "Pastor, now that Jerusalem has been recognized and the embassy has been moved, we can now build the temple and Messiah will come." And he's right, because the Jewish temple will be rebuilt according to Daniel 9 and 27. Then the Antichrist will form a one-world government. He will divide the world in 10 divisions of nations, and he will put someone over each of that group. He will kill 3 of those men because he will have a disagreement with them. Understand, this man is an absolute dictator. He is Hitler reborn. He promises peace and prosperity, but in the end he brings death and destruction. Following that comes the 144,000 Jewish believers. 12,000 Jewish believers out of each of the 12 tribes is 144,000. This is found in Revelation 7. And they're going to bring the message to the Jewish people that the Messiah is coming. Messiah is coming. That's when the Jewish people are going to get excited about the Messiah coming. The Gog-Magog war of Ezekiel 38 happens at the middle of the tribulation. Approximately 3.5 years after the rapture of the church, God will utterly destroy the group of nations that are led by Russia, since they are invading Israel. There's a verse in the Bible that you should learn. He that keepeth Israel neither slumbers nor sleeps. That word keepeth is a word of defense. He who protects Israel, he who goes to war for Israel, neither slumbers nor sleeps. Listen, you never underestimate God's love for Israel and the Jewish people. Israel is God's firstborn son. God has never broken his covenant with the Jewish people. They are still the apple of his eye. The Jewish people are a chosen people. They are a covenant people, and that covenant still stands. How will God destroy this Russian-led coalition? And the Bible says in Ezekiel 38, this Russian-led coalition that's going to come against Israel in the near future will be Iran, Libya, Turkey, and Sudan. Now, those are in the Bible. I didn't pick those out of the hat. Ezekiel said this 3,000 years ago. But I think it's important to look at who's not coming. Egypt is not coming. Syria is not coming. Jordan, Saudi Arabia, or Iraq, they're not coming. Why? They have been fighting for years. Can you say the Abraham Accords? History, I believe, will prove that the Abraham Accords was the most important political document of the 21st century. Ezekiel 38 describes when this Russian-led armada comes against Israel, that God is going to destroy them 3 ways. First, he's going to send a major earthquake. The Bible says the mountains shall be reduced to just small hills. There will be multiple armies, 6 or 7, who will be speaking different languages, using different weaponry. They have just experienced a major earthquake, and the Bible says every man's sword will be turned against his brother. In military terms, we call this friendly fire. Those armies will turn on each other and kill each other. And the ones that are less, God is going to send hailstones, large hailstones from heaven. Why? Because in the Old Testament, sinners were stoned to death. God is just putting his signature on this so that he destroys. He literally kills 5 out of 6 that come against Israel. This is recorded in Ezekiel 39:2. The midpoint of the tribulation, the Antichrist breaks covenant with Israel and the Jewish people, and he invades the land of Israel. This is in Daniel 9:27. Then the Antichrist consolidates his empire by capturing the Sudan and Egypt and Libya, since their armies have just been destroyed by the hand of God. Daniel 11:42. Next, the Antichrist becomes the abomination of desolation in the temple of Jerusalem. This is recorded in Daniel 9:27, and listen, in Matthew 24:15. If you're a Christian, I want you to get this in your mind. Matthew 24 was written for the Jews and for the Jews only. It does not apply to the church. In Matthew 24, Jesus is talking about Antiochus Epiphanes. Jesus said to the Jewish people, therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation, spoken by Daniel the prophet, standing in the holy place, the temple, let those who are in Judea flee to Mesopotamia. All of Matthew 24 was written, as I said, for the Jewish people. This chapter is the spine of prophecy given by Jesus Christ as his farewell gift to his disciples. What does it mean by desolation? Antiochus Epiphanes killed a pig on the altar of the synagogue, which caused a Jewish revolt. Jesus, in his ministry, hundreds of years later, says this exact thing is going to happen again. When the Antichrist comes, he is going to set himself up as God to be worshipped. And everyone who worships him can live, and everyone who refuses to worship him is going to be killed. Following the abomination of the Antichrist will be killed probably by an assassin because he desecrated the temple. I like to think that some Orthodox Jewish guy knocks him off, but he's going to die. He miraculously returns from the dead when the false prophet prays for him. He emulates the death and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. The righteous Jews flee to Petra. Petra is a fortress in Jordan. And there God is going to protect the righteous Jews for 3.5 years, just like Moses and the children of Israel were provided for 40 years in the wilderness. I've been to Petra. Let me describe it for you. It is a huge opening in the middle of several massive mountains. But you walk through an entrance that weaves around and at times is no wider than the aisle of this church, meaning it would be virtually impossible to attack the people in there without them having all of the ability to defend themselves. The top is opened. The Jewish people are going to flee there. God is going to feed them just like he fed the children of Israel with Moses. He's going to protect them so that when Messiah comes, they will come out and rejoin him at Jerusalem. The Antichrist will rise from the dead, emulating the death and resurrection of Christ. Then will come Enoch and Elijah that will begin their ministry to the Jewish people. Their message in Revelation 11, Messiah is coming. Now look at this. There are a group of 144,000, and then there are these two people, Elijah and Enoch, who have come back to the world and who will be killed in the streets of Jerusalem. Why are they going to be killed? Because they've never died. Elijah has been in heaven for over 3,000 years. The Bible says it's appointed unto man once to die and then the judgment. When Elijah and Enoch are killed, they are raptured and taken into heaven. That's an awesome supernatural testimony. The Antichrist and the 10 kings will attack and destroy the Roman church in Italy. This is the story of Revelation 17. Why? Because the Antichrist and the Roman church have the same objective at this point in history, and that objective is global domination. The woman riding the beast in Revelation 7 is carrying a cup filled with blood. The blood of the Jewish people killed in the 8 crusades of the Middle Ages. The Antichrist is called the chief son of perdition. That means he is the chief son of Satan. Knowing his time is short, he attacks the Jewish people and Gentile believers who have responded to the message of 144,000 and Elijah and Enoch, and they are protected and defended by the hand of God at Petra. Next come the 7 judgments that are poured out upon the earth in rapid succession, and I will show you this on the chart in just a minute. This is Revelation 16. There are 7 seals. One of these seals has an army of 200 million men marching up the Euphrates River that is dried up, and they're going to Israel for the battle of Armageddon. An army of 200 million people can only be put together by the Chinese. And the Chinese, the kings of the East, will be going to the battle of all battles. The 7 trumpets come, and 1/3 of the people on planet Earth will be killed in one day. Revelation 9:15. I want you just to get that in mind. In one day, 1/3 of the Earth's population is going to die. Then come the 7 bowls, where the sea turns to blood. This is one of the plagues of Egypt. Whenever Moses stuck his rod in the water turned to blood. That's going to happen again. The sun scorches the earth. Now, those of you who are screaming for climate control, you want to read this because your dream's coming true there. Climate control is in the hand of God, and if you think man can control it, you need to think a second time. The Battle of Armageddon begins in Revelation 16, which will be the king of the east, China, and the armies of the prince of darkness, the Antichrist, meaning China is marching up the Euphrates River and will come to form the Battle of Armageddon, which will be 180 miles long. Coming from the west will be the Antichrist and his massive armies. This is the battle of all battles. Revelation 11:7 says Enoch and the Elijah are killed, and they lay dead in the streets of Jerusalem for 3.5 days. Now they are allowed to be killed because neither of them has died. They rise from the dead, and they are raptured into heaven. Whenever this happens, people are so thrilled they give gifts to each other. The people on the earth are so happy these two prophets have been killed, they have celebrations. Why? Because all of these people have taken the mark of the beast. And for the moment, it looks like the beast has overcome these two people. But all of the earth is soon to witness the awesome power of God. Then it happens, Jesus Christ returns to Jerusalem, followed by the armies which are in heaven, followed by the church mounted on white horses to utterly destroy the armies that have come to attack Jerusalem. Revelation 19:11-16, John writes, "And I saw the heavens opened, and behold a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True, and in righteousness doth he judge and make war." Did you hear that? He makes war. His eyes are like a flame of fire because he is angry. And on his head are many crowns, meaning he is King of all kings. And he has a name written that no man can know but he himself. He was clothed in a robe dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. Obviously, that's Jesus Christ. That scene is, get this scene, if this is the battlefield, the Chinese army is coming from this direction. The West is coming from this direction. And just as they prepare to go to war, Jesus Christ and the bride of Christ is coming from heaven. And Jesus has wearing a robe, and he is going to utterly destroy these people who are on this battlefield. He will then go to Petra and liberate the people who are there. He will come back, and the Bible testifies that he has blood on his robes. Who is that? Whose blood is that? It's the blood of the enemies of Israel. And the armies in heaven, clothed in white linen, followed him on white horses. Out of his mouth goeth a two-edged sword, that with it he should smite the nations. And that's going to be a literal thing. And he himself shall rule over them with a rod of iron. I love that phrase. When Jesus Christ comes back, it's not going, "Would you please behave?" It's going to be a "Thus saith the Lord." It will be, the world will be ruled by the Word of God. He himself treads the winepress of the fierceness and the wrath of God Almighty. And listen to this. And he has on his robe and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Then comes in Revelation 19, what I call the banquet for buzzards. You've got all of these dead people out here in this massive battle. And God speaks to the four ends of the earth to call every fowl from all over the earth that eats flesh, and tells them to consume all of those dead bodies. I say it is the banquet of buzzards. Christ, from Christ's arrival on the Mount of Olives to the time he sets foot in the kingdom of Jerusalem, there's a 75-day interval. Just get this in your mind. Jesus has landed, and 75 days from there, he's going to start his kingdom. What's he going to be doing in that 75 days? He's going to cast the Antichrist and the false prophet into the lake of fire. He's going to resurrect the Old Testament saints and the tribulation saints in Daniel 12, 1 through 3. Listen to that. He's going to assign his followers responsibility for the administration of his worldwide kingdom. Listen to me, church. When we come back, the righteous are going to be ruling this earth. We're not going to have to be worried about an election being stolen. You are going to be appointed a position of authority, and we are going to rule planet Earth with a rod of iron. That's the word of God. Then there will be the judgment of the nations, and I'll share some of that with you when I get to the chart. The Antichrist and the false prophet will be cast into the lake of fire in Revelation 19. Satan has desired to control the earth since the Garden of Eden when he had that conversation with the snake and Eve. The most terrifying news that Satan will ever hear is that Jesus Christ has returned to Jerusalem as King of Kings. That's going to be the most terrible news he has ever heard. Israel is regathered. The Old Testament and tribulation saints are resurrected from the dead and rewarded. Read Daniel 12, 1 and 2. That at that time Michael shall stand up, the great prince who stands watch over the sons of your people, meaning the Jewish people. And Michael in the Bible is the archangel that defends the Jewish people. So Daniel is saying to Michael shall stand up, the great prince is going to defend the Jewish people, and there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that time. And at that time your people shall be delivered, every one who is found written in the book. And as many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, that means a resurrection, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. Daniel is saying that righteous Jews will rise then and go to Jerusalem and recognize that Jesus Christ is Messiah. Next, 1,000-year reign of Christ will cover all the earth. It begins from Revelation 20, verse 4. After 1,000 years, Satan is released from the pit which he has been thrown. Why? Because for 1,000 years there will be people who were born into a society of perfection. There was no sin. And the Bible says everyone must choose to follow the Lord Jesus. They have not had the choice of choosing between right and wrong, between Jesus Christ and Satan. The Bible says, choose you this day whom you will serve. Satan is going to be released, and he's going into the earth. And listen, after 1,000 years of perfect peace, there will be multitudes that follow Satan and his deception. And they will go to Jerusalem, and God himself will destroy every one of them. Every one of them. Every one of them. The great white throne judgment of the lost will be next at Revelation 20. The earth will be totally destroyed by fire. Next, God's list of people he's not going to permit in heaven. Revelation 21:8 says, but the cowardly, the unbelieving, the abominable, murderers, sexually immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake of fire, which burns with fire and brimstone, which is the second day. Are you on this list? Do you know Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? If you don't, you're going to meet the Antichrist. And your option is take his mark and lose your soul, or let him cut your head off. I recommend Jesus Christ. He's much the better answer. The creation of the new heaven and the new earth happens in Isaiah 65 and Revelation 21. After the earth is burned by fire to purify it, God then recreates the earth just like it was at the Garden of Eden. And the pages of time close with God.
is a kind of living robot known as a synthetic automaton, or more briefly, a synthetic. I first revealed last October 1979 in Audio Letter 51 that synthetics were beginning to appear on the scene. They are being deployed as a tool of intrigue by the warlike Bolsheviks here in the United States. They are the Bolshevik answer to another type of biological robot, which the Russians began deploying earlier in 1979. The Russian type is known as an organic robotoid, and I first made them public in Audio Letter 46 last May. Both the Russian robotoids and the Bolshevik synthetics are remarkable creatures. They are manufactured by radically different technologies, but they have one thing in common. They are both artificial life forms which live and breathe, but have to be programmed like computers. And they are the products of 3 decades of spectacular scientific discoveries out of public view. I have given a little of the scientific background in Audio Letters 47 and 51. But robotoids and synthetics remain perhaps the most secret of all intelligence weapons. In my previous tapes about these biological robots, I have mentioned that their most critical feature is their biological computer brain. In that regard, the Russian robotoids are far superior to the Bolshevik synthetics. That's because of their holographic brain, which I described in detail in Audio Letter 47. In Audio Letter 51, I mentioned the low brain quality of the synthetics. And if you were watching the alleged Shah of Iran in the David Frost interview the other night, you saw a perfect example with your own eyes. Synthetics easily pass for human beings, but they act dull-witted compared to the humans which they simulate. When David Frost interviewed the synthetic double for the former Shah, he no doubt thought he was talking with the real thing. But by that time, the real Shah had been dead for well over a month. He died in the early morning hours of Sunday, December 2, 1979. In Audio Letter 52 last November, I explained why the Shah had been brought to New York City in the first place. He did undergo medical treatment, but that could have been done elsewhere. The once mighty Shah arrived in New York as a mere pawn in a deadly worldwide game of chess. For more than 2 years, a secret war has been in progress between the new rulers of Russia and the overthrown former rulers of Russia, the Bolsheviks. Having been expelled from Russia by the tens of thousands, the old Bolsheviks have been flocking mainly here to the United States. They are in a rage to strike back at Russia, and they plan to do it using America's military power. Over the past 2 years and more, a sophisticated new Bolshevik revolution has been underway without fanfare here in the United States. I've kept my listeners informed about this situation in past audio letters. The Bolsheviks are in a do-or-die frenzy to throw America's military might at Russia. And in Audio Letter 37 for August 1978, I revealed how they plan to do it. The Bolshevik war plan is based on an American nuclear first strike against Russia. And the chain of events to lead up to the first strike was to begin with a crisis over Iran. That is what I made public nearly a year and a half ago. And that is what is going on now, right before our very eyes. My friends, we are on the road to Nuclear War I. In Audio Letter 52, I explained the purpose for which the former Shah of Iran was lured to New York City in late October. This was a Russian ploy carried out using their own robotoid replacements for certain powerful Americans. They had discovered that the Bolsheviks here in America were setting in motion the dreaded Iran crisis. It was already too late for the Russians to prevent the crisis from erupting. So instead, they maneuvered the Shah here in a preemptive strategy to change the course of the crisis. I gave the details of all this in Audio Letter 52, so I won't repeat it again here. The Russian maneuvers involving the former Shah of Iran were set in motion while the Kremlin peace faction, the White Doves, were still calling the shots. They succeeded in their plan to make the former Shah the center of the Iran crisis, contrary to the Bolshevik plans. And later, when the time was ripe, they were planning to use their control over the Shah to make the crisis fizzle out. But as I detailed in audio letter 52, the Russians had their hands full in trying to sort out the Iran crisis. The Shah's trip to New York City was arranged on short notice. Having accomplished that much, the Russians put the Shah on ice during November 1979, while they concentrated on other pressing aspects of the crisis. As December 1979 began, Russian agents here in the United States were preparing for new moves involving the Shah. For over 5 weeks, the Shah had been holding court and receiving medical treatment at the New York Hospital, Cornell Medical Center in New York City. His suite on the 17th floor was walled off by a special barricade of bulletproof glass. Everything having to do with the Shah was subject to intensive security precautions. Unknown to the Shah himself, he was the key to Russia's plan to unravel the Iranian crisis without war. So the one thing the Russians could not afford was to have something happen to the Shah at that time. By the time I recorded audio letter 52 on November 30, 1979, plans were being laid to move the Shah. The Russians had begun to penetrate the Bolshevik stranglehold on Iran and were establishing a dialogue with the Khomeini government. The time had come to remove the Shah from the hospital. The advanced preparations at the hospital were subtle, but not subtle enough. They were detected by Bolshevik agents within the hospital, and they were successful in learning the details of the plan to move the Shah before it took place. Shortly after 4 a.m., on the morning of December 2, 1979, the Shah left his hospital room in a wheelchair. He was accompanied by armed guards, including FBI agents brandishing submachine guns. They entered an elevator on the 17th floor of the hospital and went down to the sub-basement. From there, the Shah and his guards traveled along an underground tunnel to the Payson House staff residence on East 71st Street. There, the Shah's party entered a parking garage. The Shah was wheeled up to a blue-green FBI van. The Shah was helped out of his wheelchair and into the van. As soon as the Shah was inside, the doors of the van were shut and the van started moving. As it did so, 3 FBI cars joined up as an escort. The 4-vehicle motorcade drove carefully toward the exit of the parking garage. As they did so, one of the Shah's guards in the van pulled out a powerful gun equipped with a silencer. He and the other guards in the Shah's van turned out to be Bolshevik synthetics. By the time the Shah's van reached the exit of the parking garage, the Shah's body lay slumped on the floor inside. Like his former patron Nelson Rockefeller, the Shah had died of a single bullet to the forehead. The other synthetics in the front of the van did exactly as programmed. They drove on as if nothing had happened. FBI agents in the other cars detected no hint that anything was wrong. The motorcade drove the rest of the way to LaGuardia Airport without incident. Only when the van was opened at the airport was it discovered what had taken place. News reports that day and the next were filled with headlines about the Shah's mysterious move to Texas. On television, we were shown an Air Force DC-9 taking off in the darkness at LaGuardia. We were told that the Shah was aboard, but he was not. His body was kept in a remote location at New York's LaGuardia Airport until around 6 p.m. that evening, after which it was flown to a southern state for disposal. When the DC-9 was shown landing at the air base in Texas, we were told again it was the Shah's plane. Normally, Lackland Air Force Base is unrestricted, but the air base was suddenly closed after the plane landed. There was confusion. Initially, Air Force officials at the base said there would be a press conference that afternoon, but soon they reversed themselves. They not only canceled the press conference, but told all reporters to leave the base immediately or be forcibly ejected. The public relations plans, which had been made ahead of time, just fell apart. Instead, a cover-up was hastily set in motion on orders from certain Russian agents in the Pentagon. In the days that followed, all was mystery concerning the Shah. He was said to be in certain hospital quarters at Lackland. But as days passed and no one saw the Shah, questions began to multiply. Had it been suspected that the Shah was already dead, the Bolshevik agents holding the American hostages in Tehran might have killed the hostages, and that could have led very quickly to nuclear war. Meanwhile, the Bolsheviks here in America were preparing to take control of the Shah controversy. The Bolshevik synthetics are programmed by a technique completely different from that used by the Russians with their robotoids. It is not as good, but it also does not require a cerebral hologram. Bolshevik agents in New York had been able to obtain the genetic samples needed, and on Saturday, December 15, there was a new surprise regarding the Shah. He was said to have left Texas that morning for a small island off Panama. Then the invisible Shah seemingly reappeared in the form of a synthetic, and since that time, the Shah's image has been utilized by the Bolsheviks. As I told you earlier, it was a synthetic that was seen in the David Frost television interview 4 nights ago. What happened to the late Shah of Iran is only part of a much larger pattern of recent days. The Bolshevik deployment of synthetics began in earnest 3 months ago, as I reported in audio letter 51. As a byproduct of this, bizarre cattle mutilations are once again taking place in North America. A few years ago, there was a rash of these incidents in the western United States. At that time, the earliest large-scale experiments were underway with synthetics. Now, after a lull, the synthetics are being deployed operationally, and the cattle mutilations have resumed. Right now, however, they are taking place primarily in Canada to minimize attention to them here in the United States. My friends, the cattle mutilations are nothing more than a modern twist on cattle rustling. The synthetic process uses certain glands and tissues of cattle as raw material, as I explained in audio letter 51. To obtain these raw materials, the cattle involved have to be destroyed in a very wasteful manner. So the Bolshevik agents who are manufacturing synthetics do not use their own cattle. Instead, they let others suffer the losses involved in slaughtered herds. The cattle mutilations may turn into an epidemic that is too big to ignore, because during the past 3 months, the Bolshevik circles have started deploying synthetics in great numbers. A covert war of biological robots is now raging worldwide between the Russians and their old Bolshevik enemies. The Russians got a head start by deploying their robotoids first, last spring, but they knew their advantage would not last long, and they tried to use it fast to nail down approval of the SALT II treaty. Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko summed it up last June 25, 1979. In an unprecedented 2-hour news conference in Moscow, he paused at one point and said simply, "Fantastic situation." My friends, the dangers we face now are fantastic. But so was aerial warfare until World War I, the atomic bomb until World War II, and moon flight until Project Apollo. The Bolsheviks in our midst are obsessed with their schemes for revolution and war, rule or ruin. Using their synthetics, they are fast regaining the power they were losing at the hands of Russia's robotoids. Unlike the Russians, the Bolsheviks have an entrenched power base here in the United States. And so the Russians are now losing the invisible war of the biological robots. With every day that their power increases, the Bolsheviks here in America redouble their frenzy to seize still more power. To advance their revolution here, the Bolsheviks are gradually shutting down America. Tremors are shaking our economic system, and the United States dollar is awaiting the moment of collapse. In April 1974, I gave a warning in congressional testimony about plans which were being laid for a gold skyrocket I testified that the plan called for gold to streak upward past $2,000 per ounce. And I described how this was tied to the secret theft of America's monetary gold supply by international forces. I later offered to present evidence and witnesses under oath, but Congress was not interested. Then I went public with my warnings, but lies and maneuvers by the United States Treasury Department were swallowed like honey by most Americans. So nothing lasting was done to stop the plan for our economic destruction. Now, the gold skyrocket is a matter of daily headlines. Since I recorded audio letter 52 less than 2 months ago, the price of gold has more than doubled. Gold auctions by the gold poor United States Treasury have stopped, as I alerted you they would in December of 1978, audio letter 41. Thousands of people are lining up to turn in their gold and silver, thinking they are receiving good dollars in exchange. But that's because the dollar is still being propped up artificially. When the time is ripe, in Bolshevik plans, the props will be pulled out, and the dollar will crash. The dollar is on the road to repudiation, which will make it worthless. And many of the wealthy abroad now believe that the United States does not have the gold it claims to have. The very few who do know about the plan to repudiate the dollar are not selling their gold and silver. They are holding on to it and even buying more. As the Bolsheviks press ahead in taking control of the United States, they are also working overtime to get ready for war. They want to destroy Russia, and they want you and me to do their dirty work. They already know that nuclear war one will kill 3 out of every 4 Americans, but that does not worry them. Using their positions of privilege and power here in America, they believe they will survive. So they can't wait to throw the United States into nuclear war against Russia. When I recorded audio letter 52 last November 30th, the official line we were hearing daily was that Muslim students were holding our hostages in Tehran. Those stories were lies, and I told you so. The situation in the embassy is controlled by Bolshevik agents. They are not true Muslims at all and are beyond the control of Ayatollah Khomeini. Now, more than a month later, you're hearing a distorted echo of what I told you then. It is now being admitted that Ayatollah Khomeini does not control those who are holding our hostages, but you are being fed only half-truths designed to rally your support for war. 13 days ago, on January 8, 1980, a synthetic double for our late President Carter said, quote, "The most powerful single political entity in Iran consists of the international terrorists or the kidnappers who are holding our hostages," unquote. But their Bolshevik ties are not mentioned. Instead, you are being given the impression that they may be Russian-inspired in some manner. 2 months ago, all Iranians were being lumped together, and the Bolsheviks were whipping up Americans into hating them all. But now, we are suddenly hearing about the threat to Iran from Russia. We are being prepared for war, with declarations that we may have to defend Iran militarily. The Bolshevik military strategy remains as I described it nearly a year and a half ago in audio letter 37. I will now repeat, word for word, the warning I gave you then. The American public will demand that it is time for the United States to stand up to Russia. And with full public support, American troops and weapons will pour into Iran. From that point onward, the outbreak of nuclear war one will be all but impossible for the public to follow by way of the so-called news.
does it always feel like your goals are so far away? With Cash App, you're good. Earn 4% interest on savings when you direct deposit at least $300 each month.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Folks, last year there were huge problems at Talladega College. They could not meet their payroll, and so they announced the hiring of interim president Dr. Walter Kimbrough. He's worked at numerous other HBCUs, two-time president. And when I saw the announcement, I called him. He's my alpha brother. And they wanted him to come there in August. He's like, no. He was literally driving to Talladega. He was like, no. I need to see the books right now. I need to see how bad the problem is right now so we can fix this issue. They saw almost a 25% drop in student enrollment. They had significant expenses, and so they had a major financial problem. And so he went under the hood and began to make the very difficult decisions on how to fix the problem. Now, and glad to have you back, Fred. Before we get into what you all have done, the first thing is, please talk about why. Why is it so important for HBCU leadership to not bury their head in the sand, to run from people, to go, oh no, we don't want, it's our business. We don't want our dirty laundry in the streets when it's already in the streets, when you can't pay vendors, when you got lawsuits being filed against you, when students are calling you out on social media, when they don't have folks on campus because your dormitories are all screwed up. Talk about why it is important to be transparent with the public about the problem and how you're trying to fix it.
Yeah, and first of all, thank you for having me, and hello to all of your panelists as well. It's a very simple concept called taking out your own trash. You have issues, you talk about them. As you indicated, they called me in mid-June, said, hey, we have an opening, can you come? My wife is a graduate of Talladega. I looked at her, she said, that's my school, and she kicked me out of the house, and I started driving. I mean, it was really quick like that. It was like I was on my way, because I realized I knew it was bad because they had missed payroll, but just having been around, the HBCU presidency for 20 years, I knew it was worse than that. So I got there and started to realize there were a lot of issues. So we had our initial press conference in September to say, look, there are a lot of problems here. We're going to be working on it. And then we decided to have a follow-up to say, we've gotten this $15 million loan. That's going to help us. We still have a lot of work to do. It is by no means solved, but you have to let people know. I also went around the country. I went to about 14 different cities meeting with alums to say, this is what's going on. Here is an accurate picture of where we are and why we need your help. So I understand your frustration, because it frustrates me too, that we have to get out there and say, when there is a problem, we have to just say transparently, here's a problem. This is what we didn't do well. This is what we've done well, and this is how we're going to fix it. But it's a very simple concept. I believe in it, and we tried to practice that at Talladega, which, people have responded well. So we can say we made progress. It still isn't perfect yet, because the hole was so deep. It's going to take us several years to really get out the hole, but we want to keep giving people updates. We've done this now. We've done this. I think that's the way to go about doing it.
And my bad, I said Talladega is Talladega, so I appreciate that. And the thing here, the other piece is this, and I was having this conversation with the sister who was the board chair at Alabama State. You have got to have a board chair who chooses to work with the president and not work against the president. And you've got to have a board chair who knows how to, frankly, keep their board in line, where their ego and their personal interests are not being put in front of the interests of the university, its student, faculty, and staff.
Right. No, absolutely. I'm actually finishing a book I'm reading by Joseph Jones. He was president of Arkansas Baptist College for about a year and a half. And in that book, it's just a really hard take on HBCUs. And he talks about boards and board interference. And there has been a lot of that, unfortunately, at our institutions. I'm actually here in Princeton, New Jersey, for aspiring people who want to be presidents. And we're going to have sessions tomorrow to talk about board and president relations. But that's already an underlying theme, is that you watch presidents presidencies get undermined by board members when they do those kinds of things. I've been fortunate at Talladega to work closely with the board chair. We can laugh about when there are hard times, we can laugh together and cry together too. And you have to have that kind of relationship when it's tough like that. So, I mean, I really appreciate her, but we have to have more people who are going to interact like that, because when they don't, they create these problems that you end up having to talk about, and then they create the problems, and then, like you said, you ask them to come on and explain it. It's an opportunity to say what we're doing, and then they run from you. So I have never been like that. I don't understand it, but we've got to do better.
So you go in, you look at it, you assess. You don't walk in and just start firing people. You don't walk in and just start. But there were some people who also left. So you did that. Then how long did it take for you to assess and then begin to say, hey, we got to start making some changes?
So I started on Wednesday, June 26th. I started to get some data before I got there. I spent that first weekend just combing through all the data. Then on Monday, July the 1st, I had a meeting with all faculty and staff and said, this is what I found. And here, just the short summary is, we had a 24% drop in enrollment over a 3-year period of time. We saw our discount rate, meaning this is tuition that we don't collect. You say it's a scholarship, but there aren't real dollars for that scholarship. So that discount rate went from under 40%, which is reasonable, to almost 60%.
Wow.
And then we increased our payroll by almost 70%.
So you increased payroll.
Hello, my friends. This is Dr. Peter. Today is September 30, 1982, and this is my audio letter number 79. Throughout the Middle Ages, the Christians of Central Europe shared a terrible fear which is all but forgotten today. It was a fear which caused Christian parents to exercise special care over their children at the time of the Jewish holy day of Passover. Their greatest dread was that their child might be kidnapped and never seen again, because it was widely believed that the Jews practiced human sacrifice at Passover and that the victims were Christian children. That ancient blood fear of the Jews by Christians largely died out in the centuries following the Renaissance. Today, most Christians are shocked to learn that any such belief ever existed. As for the Jews themselves, there is a rabbinical term that is used to condemn the ancient Christian blood fear. It is called blood libel. For generations now, the old issue of blood libel has been essentially a dead one, a thing of the past. No Jew in his right mind would want it otherwise. To revive the issue of blood libel is to resurrect ancient fears, unreasoning passions, and mortal danger to every Jew alive. Yes, most Jews would be better off if they never again heard about the ancient Christian blood fear of the Jews. But this month, none other than the government of Israel has deliberately revived the so-called blood libel issue. Over the weekend of September 17, Israeli forces introduced so-called Christian militiamen into 2 Palestinian refugee camps in West Beirut. The result was a massacre of over 1,000 Palestinian civilians, including many women, children, and elderly people. Word of the massacre reached the outside world on the evening of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, September 18. An outraged world blamed the Begin government for allowing such a heinous crime to take place. The Israeli government's official reply to the world was a statement issued on Sunday, September 19. It was published 2 days later as a full-page advertisement in major American newspapers with the headline, "Blood Libel." The statement began with the words, and I quote, "On the new year, Rosh Hashanah, a blood libel was leveled against the Jewish state, its government, and the Israeli Defense Forces, otherwise known as the IDF. The statement then continued with a series of statements which only days later were proven to be total lies. The official Israeli government statement said the massacre took place, quote, in an area where there was no position of the Israeli army, unquote. Yet the very next day after this statement was published, the Israeli Defense Minister Sharon flatly contradicted it. On September 22, Sharon admitted that the Israelis not only introduced the militiamen into the camps, but also supported them with airborne flares. The official Israeli government advertisement also said, quote, as soon as the IDF learned of the tragic events, Israeli soldiers put an end to the slaughter, unquote. That too was a lie, and numerous reports have already surfaced to show that it was a lie. The fact is that the Israeli troops had orders to surround and cut off the 2 Palestinian camps, while the militiamen did the dirty work. From start to finish, top Israeli officials knew exactly what was going on. They had ordered the entire operation and were kept informed of its progress. By calling the accusations against it blood libel, the Begin government acknowledged that the Beirut massacre was a subhuman act of bloodthirsty evil. But the transparent lies about it by the Begin government reflect the fact that the charges against it are not libel. They are the truth. My friends, it's no accident that the Beirut massacre was centered around Friday, September 17. In audio letter 78 last month, I reported that September 17 was scheduled to be a day of nuclear massacre. That was the day when the super-secret Project Z nuclear war plan was to be set off. If all had gone according to plan, a surprise American nuclear first strike against Russia was scheduled for that day. But by the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, all did not go according to plan. The Project Z nuclear strike plan was finally aborted, for now that is, around mid-morning September 17. The countdown clock stopped less than 5 hours short of Nuclear War I. The final decision to abort the strike ended a week of fierce debate at the top levels of the Reagan-Begin axis of Bolsheviks and Zionists. Meanwhile, another war plan has already been set in motion to replace it. The Beirut massacre, which was underway on September 17, is a key ingredient in the new military intrigues now underway. But the massacre was also motivated by sheer insane frenzy. It was the blind frenzy of satanic and demonic forces who saw their goal of nuclear victory slip away just when it seemed within their grasp. My 3 special topics for this audio letter are: topic number 1, the aborted plan for surprise nuclear war. Topic number 2, the Beirut massacre for war to come. And topic number 3, the return of the Siberia Express weather war. Topic number 1. When I recorded audio letter 78 late last month, I made public the final Pentagon plans for Nuclear War I to erupt this month, September 1982. The Pentagon war planners were counting down toward Friday, September 17, to set off nuclear war as a complete surprise. But as the final days ticked away this month, major snags began to develop in the rush war timetable. Finally, the decision was made to scrub the planned nuclear first strike against Russia virtually at the last minute. As I reported last month, the first H-bombs were to be detonated on key Russian targets at 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on September 17. The order to scrub the attack went out less than 5 hours before that, shortly after 10 a.m. that morning. When a decision finally came to abort the attack, it was a judgment call. And that judgment was far from popular with some members of the elite Bolshevik war planning team in the Pentagon. The snags which developed this month were very serious, but not serious enough to completely rule out an attempted nuclear strike. As a result, the war planning group became splintered into acrimonious debate over what to do. No one argued in favor of giving up the basic goal of attacking Russia, but there was a sharp division over how best to save the nuclear war plan. Basically, the argument boiled down to two alternatives: whether to postpone the nuclear strike or whether to go ahead as planned. The hotheads insisted that the surprise nuclear attack against Russia should proceed on schedule on September 17th. They argued that in spite of the problems which had cropped up, delay would only give time for even more obstacles to develop. They also pointed out that their intelligence on Russian targets will gradually grow stale with delay. In effect, they said, now is our best chance. The more conservative faction among the war planners insisted that the hotheads were not thinking straight. In their view, the hitches which developed this month in the war plan were too serious to go ahead now. Better to wait and reschedule the Project Z war plan after removing the present obstacles to success. The debate began to tip in favor of a postponement 1 week before the September 17 target date. For that reason, other contingency plans were set in motion in the Middle East during that final week. But the nuclear strike plan remained in effect right down to the wire. In the end, it was an accumulation of many factors which finally caused the plan to be aborted. The Bolsheviks here started running into trouble in their rush nuclear war plan almost as soon as it started, early this year of 1982. I first reported that a shortcut nuclear war strategy was being implemented by the Pentagon 7 months ago in Audio Letter 72. At the same time, I also reported that the Rockefeller cartel and the Russians were lining up to try to stop the war plan. To that end, they had agreed to start working together against the American Bolsheviks in certain ways. On top of that, a coup d'etat was brewing here in Washington to be led by General Alexander Haig, then Secretary of State. In the 7 months since I recorded Audio Letter 72, world headlines repeatedly have been filled with the consequences of this three-way struggle. First came the Falklands War last April, which was not about sheep and settlers, but about secret weapons installations. The secret Pentagon war plan received a severe blow in that skirmish, but the Bolsheviks here soon struck back. In June, they destroyed the Hague coup d'etat. At the same time, the brutal Israeli invasion of Lebanon was underway, right on the timetable which I had made public last year, and which Sharon, defense minister of Israel, confirmed only this week in the Knesset. And then there was the fourth space shuttle, which carried the Defense Department payload into orbit to prepare for war. By midsummer, leaders of both America and Russia were making statements that the superpowers were already at war. The Russians started firing warning shots across America's bow by way of weather modification, airplane disasters, and more. Finally, last month on August 12, the Russians used sheer intimidation to thwart the Israeli plan for an incredibly bloody invasion of Beirut. Suddenly, the PLO evacuation talks bore fruit, and the evacuation went off without a hitch. It was a serious blow to the joint Bolshevik-Zionist efforts to create an atmosphere of mushrooming crisis as a prelude to nuclear war. For about 2 weeks, the atmosphere of world crisis appeared to almost evaporate. But the Pentagon war clock was still counting down toward September 17, and the Russians knew it. On September 2, the Soviet Union abruptly disconnected all direct dial telephone service to and from the West. Instead, military operators took over. It was an extension of the telephone cutbacks, which had begun months earlier. To the top Pentagon war strategists, the Russian telephone service cutback of September 2 seemed like small potatoes. They had bigger things to worry about, namely a serious turn of events in Red China. The previous day, September 1, Communist Party Chairman Hu Yaobang had dropped a bombshell at the party Congress in Peking. He declared that China should no longer ally itself with the United States against Russia. Instead, Hu said China should regard both superpowers as equal threats. But at the same time, he included some conciliatory language toward Russia. And, my friends, high Russian officials will go to China to begin talks in 2 weeks' time at China's invitation. By disowning the Sino-American alliance, Hu Yaobang made it clear that the secret American stealth attack base in China was in jeopardy. That base, located in Red China's western Xinjiang province, is essential for the intended attack on Russia's 2 Cosmosphere bases in Siberia. Last month, I reported that this war base was the reason for the joint communique of August 17 by the United States and Red China concerning Taiwan. The communique commits the United States to discontinue arms deliveries to Taiwan at some future date in violation of Reagan's past pledges. The communique was agreed to in order to head off a threatened shutdown of the stealth base by the Chinese, but it was not enough to satisfy the Chinese. On September 6, former President Richard Nixon arrived in Peking, adding further to the troubles of the Pentagon war planners. Nixon has long been a client follower of the Rockefeller cartel, as I detailed in my book, The Conspiracy Against the Dollar, nearly 10 years ago. Nixon went to Peking this month as a Rockefeller envoy, and one with far more credibility for the Chinese than anyone the Bolsheviks have. Nixon shocked the Chinese by confirming what Russian sources had already told them, that the stealth base was about to be used in war. Nixon then counseled them not to shut down the base outright at this time for fear of undesirable reactions by the trigger-happy Pentagon Bolsheviks. Instead, he urged the Chinese to start interfering with operation of the stealth base by bureaucratic devices. That is one thing the Chinese are very good at, and they accepted Nixon's advice. By September 9, the American stealth base in Xinjiang province, China, was effectively out of action. Critical base personnel were tangled up in Chinese red tape, preventing them from reporting for duty. The Chinese are giving hints to Washington that all this is due to continued dissatisfaction over Taiwan. But the real reason, my friends, is that they want no part of nuclear war with Russia. The Kremlin received word through Rockefeller channels on September 9 that the Xinjiang province stealth base had been effectively neutralized. At that point, the Russians could rest assured that even if the Pentagon went through with its nuclear attack plan, Russia's cosmospheres would survive. Russia's critical space triad of strategic weapons could no longer be destroyed. The time had come to carry out the most dangerous step in the Kremlin plan to unravel the Pentagon nuclear war plan. The time had come to destroy the attack confirmation sensor placed in space by the space shuttle last June. The attack confirmation sensor was a special satellite placed in geostationary orbit over the Indian Ocean by an auxiliary rocket. As I've reported before, it was a cryogenic satellite. That is, it was maintained at super cold temperatures, close to absolute zero. I can now reveal that this was intended to protect the satellite from detection by Russian space weapons. For several years now, American scientific intelligence analysts have known that the Russians have a new technology for target acquisition. The new Russian technique is not radar, nor is it any other conventional means of detecting and tracking targets. The new Russian technique is deadly accurate, reliable, and unlike radar, impossible to jam. Analysts here some time ago convinced themselves that they had figured out what the new Russian technique is. They believe it is a Russian version of computer-enhanced infrared detection. This has now been developed here in the United States and is called CEIR, C-E-I-R. I first reported on this development in audio letter 72, shortly after a CEIR-equipped American laser was used to shoot down a Russian cosmosphere. American analysts are convinced that the Russians are using CEIR and that they had it first. And so when the Air Force attack confirmation sensor was designed, it was given a feature intended to defeat Russian infrared detectors. All objects warmer than absolute zero emit infrared radiation. The warmer the object is, the more infrared it emits, and the easier it is for computer-enhanced infrared sensors to detect it. The only way to hide from CEIR is therefore to reduce the temperature as low as possible. That's why the Air Force Attack Confirmation Sensor was a cryogenic satellite, a huge cooling system using liquid helium kept the satellite only a few degrees above absolute zero, reducing infrared emissions to nearly nothing. The cryogenic design of the Air Force satellite is what gave the Bolshevik war planners here so much confidence that it would succeed. They were sure that the Russians would be unable to find it in time to destroy it before it was used in war. But, my friends, the Bolsheviks in the Pentagon are wrong about the new Russian target tracking technique. It is not an infrared technique at all. Instead, it's a revolutionary system which detects the atomic vibrations of matter. The Russians call it psychoenergetic range finding, or PRF. When I first reported on Russia's new PRF technique in Audio Letter 42, I reported that the Russians regard it as their master secret weapon. The longer it remains a mystery to the American Bolsheviks, the better it will be for Russia. And so when Space Shuttle 4 launched the Air Force cryogenic sensor last June, the Russians started playing a game. Instead of destroying the satellite right away, they allowed it to be orbited successfully. The Russians knew that the attack confirmation satellite could do them no harm until war itself was about to begin. So they allowed it to stay there untouched for as long as possible. The result was exactly as expected. The long-term survival of the Air Force sensor has convinced the Bolsheviks here that they were right about Russia using SEER. The Pentagon has walked into a major intelligence blunder, and the Russians are encouraging them to keep it up. Throughout the summer, Rockefeller cartel operatives within the CIA fed updates about the Pentagon war plan to the Russians. Those reports continue to say that the war timetable was remaining unchanged, targeted for mid-September. So the Russian Space Command left the Air Force sensor alone for the time being. Meanwhile, the Russians began preparing, in a totally unsuspected way, for the moment when they would destroy the satellite. Those preparations had to do with Russia's international telephone service. First, in June, the Soviet Union drastically reduced the number of telephone links to the West. They also made clouded threats to reduce service still further at a later date. In order to keep the intelligence analysts here from guessing what was afoot, the Russians resorted to a little disinformation in the right places. They created falsified leaks that there were unsettled conditions in the Kremlin, a power struggle. The Bolsheviks here, who are always struggling for power, swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. The next major step was the one I mentioned earlier on September 2. That was the day when Russia suddenly cut off all automatic dialing service to and from the West. The Bolsheviks here were startled, but still did not suspect what it really meant. They were too preoccupied with rumblings of trouble in China to worry for long about Russia's telephones. For the final step, the Kremlin waited, hoping that the maneuvers to disrupt the stealth base in Sinkiang province would succeed. On September 9, they received the mission accomplished signal from the Rockefeller cartel. The Sinkiang base was temporarily incapacitated thanks to Nixon's recommended bureaucratic entanglement by the Chinese. The next morning, Friday, September 10, there was a sudden total shutdown of most international telephone service to and from Russia. But in order to send a message to America's Bolshevik war planners, a few selected circuits were kept open. Those included Leningrad, Kiev, Minsk, and Tallinn. Their significance lay in the fact that none were targets planned for the initial stealth attack, which I detailed last month. The phone lines were cut off at 7:10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 2:10 p.m. Moscow time. Moments later, the Russian Space Command went to work. A Russian jumbo cosmosphere was parked in a pseudo-orbit about 2 miles above the Air Force attack confirmation satellite. It had been there for over 2 months from the moment the satellite was launched into orbit from Space Shuttle 4. By using its electromagnetic propulsion system at low power, the cosmosphere had remained on station instead of slowly drifting away as a normal satellite would. And parked as it was above the downward-looking Air Force satellite, the presence of the cosmosphere was never detected. Now the time had come. The cosmosphere aimed its beam weapon and fired. Shortly after 7:10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Friday, September 10, there was bad news for the Bolsheviks here. At the newly operational Air Force Space Command in Colorado Springs, there was a sudden loss of signal from their Indian Ocean satellite. At first, they could not believe that their critical attack confirmation satellite had been attacked. All sorts of things were tried in an effort to reestablish contact with the satellite, all to no avail. The satellite no longer existed. As that Friday morning of September 10 wore on, the Project Z war planners were convened in crisis conference. The question at hand was, what do we do now? For a while, there was an atmosphere of near panic. Some were sure that a first strike by Russia was sure to follow, and that the Pentagon should push the nuclear button without delay. Others argued that if that were the Kremlin's intention, it was already too late. Russia's missiles would be on the way. At the opposite extreme, someone suggested that the whole Project Z war plan be aborted for now and rescheduled later on. Everyone agreed on one thing. Without the attack confirmation sensor, any attack on Russia had become far more risky. After launching the stealth planes from Norway and Turkey, it would just have to be assumed that they had destroyed their targets. With the attack confirmation satellite gone, there would be no way to confirm that. So the all-out follow-up attack by America's nuclear forces might run into a lot more trouble than expected. At that point, someone remarked to the effect, we can still go with a backup plan. Every target in Russia that is attacked by our birds will be obliterated. If international telephone service to Russian target areas is suddenly cut off at 0 hour, we can assume that our birds made it. There's an old military saying that goes, there is always someone who didn't get the word. The planner who suggested falling back on the backup plan based on telephones proved once again how true that saying is. Nearly everyone shouted at him, the phones to Russia are already shut down. My friends, the Russians kept the international phone line shut down for 7 hours that day. They wanted to make sure that if the Pentagon Bolsheviks pushed the panic button, they would obtain no intelligence at all by monitoring telephone circuits. After the first 2 hours or so of the blackout, Secretary of State George Shultz was accosted by reporters about it. Shultz told them, it is very significant, quote unquote, but would say no more. By the time Washingtonians were finishing their lunch that day, a decision had been reached about what to do. Project Z would continue on the original schedule, targeted for the following Friday, September 17. Meanwhile, every effort would be made to cut through the Chinese red tape that was restricting use of the critical base in Xinjiang province. At the same time, it was decided to set other plans in motion too, just in case Project Z should finally fall through. That is how it stood through the week leading up to Z-Day, September 17. The Project Z first strike plan was in deep trouble, yet it was still on track. It had been decided that if nothing else went wrong, the surprise attack on Russia would still be launched on the 17th, come what may. The straw that broke the camel's back came at almost the last possible minute on Friday morning, September 17. At about 8:30 a.m. here in Washington, a well-known national newspaper reporter was interviewed on the Washington NBC radio station WRC. The reporter of the Washington Post called attention to my war warning for that day, contained in audio letter 78. He reportedly outlined the plan briefly for everyone listening in the Washington metropolitan area, and he added that if the Pentagon did have such a plan, public exposure through my tape had probably reduced the chances that it would be carried out. My friends, that radio report here in Washington about the war plan on the morning of September 17 was seemingly a small thing. But our Lord Jesus Christ can always use little things to produce big results. And that is what he did on that morning of Z-Day. Thanks to those of you who had written to editors, congressmen, and officials of all kinds about the war plan, the Pentagon was becoming edgy. The last thing they wanted was public exposure of their war plan. When they heard the report that morning over radio station WRC, they quite simply panicked. They had no way of knowing just how widely their plan had become known. And so shortly after 10 a.m. Washington time, Friday, September 17, 1982, the Project Z first strike was called off. With less than 5 hours to go, the countdown clock for Nuclear War I had finally stopped ticking. Topic number 2. Nearly 2,000 years ago, our Lord Jesus Christ described some people as the sons of Satan, who are liars from the beginning. Their inability to tell the truth is the hallmark of this special category of people who were condemned by our Lord. They never admit their own guilt about anything, but instead always justify themselves, saying they are blameless. But our Lord Jesus Christ declared that it is their kind who have shed the blood of innocent people from the beginning of time. In my opening remarks for Audio Letter 78 last month, I mentioned a tragic photograph which appeared in American newspapers on August 1. It showed a nurse in a Beirut hospital feeding a tiny 7-week-old Lebanese baby who had been horribly maimed by the Israeli bombardment. The baby was swathed in bandages from the waist upward, including the entire head except for a small area around the mouth. The baby had lost both arms at the shoulder. There were several different versions of the photo carried by various newspapers and wire services, and in some views, the absence of the arms was unmistakable. As I reported last month, the government of Israel was enraged over the photo. They insisted that they were blameless for the baby's injuries and demanded a retraction. As I reported last month, wire services here refused to make a retraction. For the moment, it appeared that a tiny ray of truth had won out for a change. But my friends, the sons of Satan who control the Israeli government could not let the matter rest. They resorted to their old favorite trick, which they refer to as creating new facts. On September 1, United Press International finally caved in to a solid month of Israeli pressure. On that day, UPI published a pair of pictures. On the left was the original UPI version of the hospital photo of the mangled baby. And on the right was a new picture of a bouncing, robust baby without a scratch, held up to the camera by a cheerfully smiling nurse. Referring to the original photo and report, the UPI caption reads in part, and I quote, "Israeli authorities challenged that report and released a photo at right, made August 22, saying it shows the same child after treatment. The infant had not lost both arms, but only suffered slight injury to the wrists, the Israelis contended," unquote. The caption concludes with the words, "UPI regrets the error." My friends, anyone who saw other published views of that original baby with the arms gone would know that the new picture had to be a fake. The original baby did not even survive until August 22. The new picture allegedly taken by that day for release by the Israelis was not even made in Lebanon. The photo shows an Israeli baby held up by an Israeli nurse, photographed in a hospital in Tel Aviv. The tragedy of that tiny Lebanese baby was multiplied 1,000 times over by the Beirut massacre. As always, the Begin government is waving its blood-spattered hands in gestures of total innocence. Last month, I described the Israeli doctrine of state terrorism, in which suffering and death are increased as much as possible as a tool of power. And in the Beirut massacre this month, we are once again seeing that doctrine of state terrorism at work. In Damascus, Syria, PLO leader Yasser Arafat went straight to the heart of the matter in an interview with the French newspaper Le Monde. He said, and I quote, "Begin and Sharon are not Jews. The crimes they commit do not conform to Jewish morality or tradition," unquote. My friends, why is it that it takes a member of a different faith, a Muslim, to remind us Christians of something our Lord Jesus Christ said? Our Lord warned us against being taken in by those who are of the synagogue of Satan and the blasphemy of those who say they are Jews but are not. In Audio Letter 50 nearly 3 years ago, I detailed the origins of the counterfeit Jews, the Khazar Jews. It is they who rule the nation that calls itself Israel under the banner of political Zionism. And it is they who have been expelled by Russia's new rulers and are creating a new Bolshevik revolution right here in America. The counterfeit Jews are a mortal danger to all real Jews, as well as to everyone else on earth. We have been warned, but we do not heed those warnings. And so our world continues to reel from one crisis to another, each one worse than the one before. In topic number 1, I explained why Friday, September 10 was a turning point in the joint Bolshevik-Zionist war plans. On that day, Russia destroyed the Air Force Attack Confirmation Satellite, which was parked over the Indian Ocean. Up until that day, the Pentagon Bolsheviks and the Israeli Zionists had spent 2 weeks or so trying to lull Russia to sleep. Every effort was made to portray an impression of relative calm in the war-torn Lebanon hotspot. Simmering crises elsewhere around the world did not go away, but they also failed to escalate as originally planned. Most important of all was the premature departure of the United States Marines from Beirut on September 10. This was directly related to the Brezhnev-Reagan hotline call which I reported in Audio Letter 78 last month. In that call, the entity Reagan was told that a beachhead in Lebanon by the United States troops will not be tolerated. The early departure of the Marines on September 10 was intended to send Moscow a false message to the effect, all right, we give up, there will be no war. The idea was to try to promote overconfidence on the part of the Kremlin leaders and make them relax. If the ploy had worked, it would have restored some semblance of the surprise element in the intended nuclear strike. But this attempt at deception by the Bolshevik Zionist coalition did not work. As it turned out, Russia destroyed the American attack confirmation satellite on the very day of the Marine pullout, September 10. So from that day onward, the tactics changed again. The false impression of calm gave way to a fast crescendo of new violence and war tensions. The new crisis build-up had 2 purposes. One was to provide a last-minute crisis atmosphere of sorts to help explain away the sudden nuclear war, which was still planned for September 17. But by that point, so many things had gone wrong with the Project Z war plan that its execution was no longer certain. And so the other purpose of the new crisis build-up was to get the older, longer-range war plans in motion once again. In my report last month, I mentioned that the Israeli troops had already moved north to the outskirts of Tripoli. Up to now, Tripoli has been spared much of the violence that has torn southern Lebanon. But on Saturday, September 11, Israeli Mossad agents set off a car bomb made with over 150 pounds of TNT in downtown Tripoli. The alliances between Christians and Muslims that have given Tripoli a semblance of peace up to now are under attack. 2 days later, Monday, September 13, the focus shifted to the north. A huge NATO amphibious exercise called Operation Northern Wedding 82 got underway that day off the Danish coast. It involved over 160 naval vessels, 250 combat aircraft, and some 25,000 troops from 9 countries. Radio Moscow denounced the exercise as being intensely belligerent, quote unquote, which it was. The so-called exercise was designed to seal up the Baltic, and with it, much of the Soviet Navy. And by strange coincidence, Operation Northern Wedding 82 was scheduled to last until Friday, September 17. The following day, Tuesday, September 14, the focus shifted back to Lebanon. In Audio Letter 78 last month, I reported that the Lebanese President-elect Basir Gemayel was an Israeli puppet. I also reported that the Israeli plan was to eliminate him, just as they did Sadat last year when it suited their purposes. On September 14, the plan was carried out. As usual, the Israeli government pointed fingers at everyone else for what their own Mossad agents had done. Elsewhere, there was shock over what was designed to look like a surprise. By the way, even now the charade goes on. Just 2 evenings ago, on September 28, our Bolshevik-dominated president kept it up in his news conference. Trying to defend recent American policy toward Lebanon, he said, "Who could have foreseen the assassination of the president-elect of Lebanon?" Unquote. Anyhow, on September 14, there were only 3 days to go until Z-Day, September 17. The pace started speeding up fast. Within hours after the Gemayel assassination, the pre-positioned Israeli army began an invasion of West Beirut. The Begin government gave the camouflage excuse that it was to prevent a bloodbath. And as always, they said at first this was only a limited and temporary move. But by September 16, Israel had changed its tune. It was announced that the Israelis intended to occupy the western half of Beirut indefinitely. The Bolshevik allies of the Zionists here in Washington reacted as agreed for public consumption. They complained about the Israeli actions, but did nothing about them. On Friday, September 17, the Israelis completed their military conquest of West Beirut. By that time, the Israeli High Command was ordering actions that bordered on insane frenzy. A United States Marine standing guard on top of the United States Embassy building was narrowly missed by an Israeli sniper. And the Soviet embassy compound was attacked and invaded by Israeli tanks and troops. Under international law, that was equivalent to invading Russia itself. During that final week, the Israelis were doing everything possible to produce a sharp reaction from Russia to help explain away the impending eruption of nuclear war. But the Russians refused to take the bait. They did not react sharply to the Beirut invasion because the PLO was now gone, and with it, the prospect of all-out carnage. As for the invasion of their own embassy, the Russians essentially turned the other cheek. Instead of a major international incident, the Israeli smashing of Russia's embassy compound turned into a virtual non-event. When the Project Z nuclear attack plan was finally scrubbed on that Friday of September 17, all the efforts to goad Russia shifted gears. On that very day, the Beirut massacre of Palestinian civilians was already in progress. By late the following Saturday evening, the world learned that a new Guyana-type massacre had taken place. And my friends, the purpose of this massacre was much the same as that which took place in Guyana 4 years ago. In audio letter 40 for November 1978, I gave the details about what happened in Guyana. It was mass murder, not mass suicide. It was perpetrated in order to open the door to Guyana for a joint commando force of Americans and Israelis. Under cover of the Jonestown cleanup operation, a commando raid was mounted to wipe out a nearby Russian missile base. Likewise, the Beirut massacre this month was perpetrated in order to open the door to Lebanon for troops which were otherwise forbidden to enter. Earlier, I referred to the Russian ultimatum of August 12 that an American beachhead in Lebanon would not be tolerated. It was this Russian ultimatum that caused the hasty departure of the Marines on September 10, even though the Lebanese government begged them to stay. When the Pentagon Bolsheviks saw their hurry-up Project Z warplane going down the drain on September 10, they contacted their Zionist military and intelligence partners. The Israelis were given the green light to create an overwhelming pretext for return of the American Marines to Lebanon. By the weekend of September 17, the massacre was fully underway. Israeli forces stood guard around the Beirut, Sabra, and Shatila Palestinian refugee camps, while Major Haddad's and other Israeli-controlled militiamen committed mass murder. During the nighttime, Israeli flares lit up the sky over the camps to enable the slaughter to go on non-stop. After at least 36 hours, actually more than that, the Israelis decided enough people were dead. Haddad's and other military forces were politely ushered out of the human slaughterhouse and transported out of the vicinity. On Monday afternoon, September 20, the entity President Reagan went on television briefly with a special announcement. He was ordering the Marines back into Lebanon for more dangerous duty and without any preassigned time limit. And this time, the circumstances are such that they cannot be protested successfully in public by Moscow. If the Russians were to tell the exact truth about what happened, who would believe them? The notion that over 1,000 innocent men, women, and children were slaughtered just to bring the Marines back sounds preposterous. And my friends, that is precisely why it worked. As I say these words, some 1,200 Marines have just re-entered Beirut, 50% more than before. Another 1,200 are on the way, though this has not yet been publicized. They can be held in reserve or brought in at will. Another of the plans I made public in audio letters from the 8th last month is now underway. That plan calls for a number of our Marines to be killed in Lebanon. It will be done by the Israeli Mossad and then blamed on Arab extremists. If it works, it will help shove the world down a new road toward eventual nuclear war. The United States now has a solid beachhead in Lebanon as well as in the Sinai. Russia has one by way of its proxy Syria. Now, Russia and the United States are eyeball to eyeball in the Middle East. Topic number 3. There's an old saying to the effect, everyone talks about the weather, but no one does anything about it. That may have been true when Mark Twain first said it nearly a century ago, but not anymore. For several decades, men have been experimenting with all kinds of ways to modify the weather. One of the earliest and best-known techniques is that of cloud seeding to generate needed rain. But the science of weather modification has long since gone far beyond that. It's typical of many advanced new technologies that they tend to be first used for military purposes and are kept secret as long as possible. That is even more true of weather modification than it is for most other advanced technologies. The reasons are not technical so much as they are legal in nature. To understand why, one need go no further than the old cloud seeding methods I mentioned a moment ago. Suppose a farmer hires a cloud seeder to bring needed rain to his crops at a critical time in their growing season. The cloud seeder waits until some promising clouds develop and then flies over them, dropping a fine mist of chemicals. The chemicals help condensation take place in the cloud, and if all goes well, the farmer gets his rain. Unfortunately, other farmers farther downwind may be equally desperate for the same rain. By the time the seeded cloud reaches them, perhaps it is rained out. Perhaps no other rain develops soon enough to save their crops. The result? They may try to seek damages against the farmer who did the cloud seeding, saying that his tampering ruined their chances of receiving rain. That is a small but very common example of the legal problems caused by weather modification. Today, the knowledge exists to make massive alterations in the weather, either for better or worse. But the scale of potential legal problems has also expanded with this knowledge. Today, the legal ramifications of weather control are international and potentially violent. The net result is that the few nations possessing these weather control capabilities keep it secret. Over 4 years ago, in audio letter 34, I described secret American weather control installations which were then in operation. These were nuclear-powered electrical grids running along the shores of the continental United States. They were responsible for a number of strange weather phenomena prior to that and for some time afterward. But within a year after I reported on them, they were permanently disabled under mysterious circumstances. Several attempts have been made to restore their operation, but up to now those efforts have never succeeded. The American weather control grids were owned and operated by the Rockefeller cartel and were intended primarily as a tool of monopoly. The giant Rockefeller agribusinesses of America are trying to wipe out the small, individually owned farms and take them over. Today, they are succeeding at an alarming rate, primarily through financial means. But for a while, several years ago, they had the weather as an ally as well. The other main world power in weather control is the Soviet Union. Over the course of a number of past tapes, I have described Russia's advancing weather control techniques. Like the now defunct American weather grid, the Russian techniques make extensive use of atmospheric electrical charges to control weather. But there the similarities end. The Russian techniques are space-based and use two legs of Russia's space triad of strategic weapons. The orbiting Cosmos interceptors are not involved, since they are basically nothing more than military patrol craft. But the monster beam weapons at Russia's 5-year-old moon bases are used to create storms at sea. And the levitating cosmospheres use their charged particle beams to guide storms to their targets. It has now been 2.5 years since I first detailed the new Russian storm control techniques in audio letter 54. The following summer, I gave a warning that these techniques were about to be used to create hurricanes like nothing ever seen before. Shortly afterward, Hurricane Allen terrorized America's Gulf Coast. It was one of the biggest, most powerful storms ever to threaten the area. It threaded its way through the Caribbean islands, staying over water, gaining strength. Then it began to sweep northeast along the coast in ways that mystified weathermen. Then, very abruptly, it just fell apart. The Russian controllers had made a mistake, as I detailed in audio letter 57. It is now 2 years later. The hurricane season is again upon us, and the Russians now have a great deal more experience. Once again, the Russians have narrowly beaten back a surprise nuclear attack attempt by the American Bolsheviks. And now the Russians are starting to strike back, beginning with the weather. During the hurricane season so far, our east and Gulf coasts have not been troubled by anything significant. Instead, it is the western United States which is suffering from hurricane problems, an unprecedented situation. The situation is new, my friends, because it is man-made. As I say these words, the remains of Hurricane Olivia are gradually dying out over the northern Great Plains. It has brought incredible rains to the west coast, unheard of floods in Utah, and September snows in the Rockies. But if you think Olivia was bad, Hurricane Paul should be worse. Hurricane Paul is following a northeasterly course from the Pacific that took it past the southern tip of Baja California 2 days ago. It is being programmed to sweep across America's Great Plains breadbasket from around southwest Texas northeastward. If the Russian weather controllers achieve a total success, the eye of the decaying storm will follow a track across Oklahoma, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and onward toward New York City and New England. Hurricane Paul will not remain a hurricane for long over land, of course, but wind is not what the Russians want from this storm. It is rain, horrendous amounts of rain. It is harvest time across vast areas of the Great Plains, the worst possible time for rainstorms. Within a matter of days, the giant rainstorm remains of Hurricane Paul may effectively mow down much of America's promised bumper harvest of grain. And this is only the beginning of what the Russians are preparing to do in retaliation for America's unceasing war intrigues. The Russians intend to whittle away our military preparedness while making it harder and harder for the Bolsheviks here to stay in power. By the time the Reagan one-year extension of grain sales to Russia runs out, we ourselves may well run short of grain. Very soon, the 1982 hurricane season will be behind us. But already the Russians are preparing to give America a very long, hard winter. Even as I speak, the Siberia Express weather war is already returning. This year of 1982 began as the coldest winter of the century across much of the United States. There were freezes in Florida, ice storms in Georgia, hurricane-force windstorms along the Rockies, blizzards in the Northeast, and, my friends, it is all coming back again. In audio letter 71 last January, I described a new Russian weather control technique that was responsible for these strange and extreme storms. Weathermen refer to it as the Siberia Express, and with good reason. The air that refrigerated much of North America last winter was coming straight from Siberia, transplanted here by Russian weather modification. Last winter, the Russian Siberia Express technique was applied only for a few weeks, but this time the cool down is already underway. It began during August, and across much of North America east of the Rockies, there were record low temperatures last month. In the dull days of summer, cooler temperatures cause no concern because they just make the hot weather milder. But if the Siberia Express weather control continues, North America will cool down farther and faster than normal. What that means, my friends, is a very hard winter. As usual, governmental spokesmen here are not telling you the truth. There are vague rumors floating around that we are in for a hard winter, but the explanations are not true. Only 2 years ago, the United States suffered a summer-long killer heat wave and drought, and the experts blamed sunspots. Now we've got the opposite problems, drenching rains and abnormally cool weather, and they try to blame the same sunspots. The fact is, my friend, that the Russians are not just talking about the weather, they are doing something about it. And because of the unceasing war plans of our own leaders, what the Russians are doing to our weather will be very hard on you and me. Now it's time for my last-minute summary. In this audio letter, I have reported on the world's near brush with nuclear war this month. As of this moment, the danger of immediate nuclear war is now much reduced and still declining. Instead, longer-range intrigues are now resuming on the part of the Bolshevik Zionist joint military junta. In response to these and the postponed Project Z hurry-up war plan, Russia, too, is now on the offensive, beginning with the weather. In the few moments left in this audio letter, I should remark on late word I have received about 2 items. One item is that at least one United States Marine has already been killed today in Lebanon. This is not the planned incident which I discussed in topic number 2, but it is a harbinger of things to come. The other item is a political alert. Last month, I mentioned that the Bolsheviks here were worried that they had not succeeded in completely rooting out Haig's coup d'etat machine. I have just received word that an effort is now underway to set off major changes in the Reagan administration. Among the developments, which may well take place shortly, are the resignations of at least 2 Reagan cabinet secretaries. A scandal is also brewing within the Department of Defense, which is the center of Bolshevik governmental power here. And the White House itself may also be swept up in the turmoil. My friends, the days ahead will not be easy. A hard winter, a collapsing economy, and more crises lie ahead. But we should all be thankful for life itself. The enemies of our Lord Jesus Christ were stopped hours short of plunging us into nuclear war. Instead, He has given us one more chance. And my friends, we must not waste it. Until next month, God willing, this is Dr. Beaver. Thank you, and may God bless each and every one of you.
In the Lamb of God. How many of you are glad that He is in the room today? Oh, my. I'm glad that He's in the room, and I'm glad that you're in the room. There is a power about being in the room. When you're in the room and He is in the room, there's no telling what can happen. Our God is an awesome God, and He has just blessed us to be able to be in His presence, and not only to be in His presence, but also to be carriers of His presence. And what a joy that is. What a joy, what a joy that is. This is a blessed place. You are a blessed people. You're under blessed leadership. And I'm glad that you're in the room today. Hallelujah to the Lamb of God. Take your seats. I'm so incredibly proud of my spiritual son, Pastor Frank Salters, his incredible leadership. What a leader, what a leader. And let me say, he's a faithful son. He's faithful. He's been faithful to me. He's been faithful to the call of God upon his life. He's been faithful to the responsibility put on his shoulders. This is not ordinary. And this ought to be celebrated for 17 years. Hallelujah to the Lamb. This is awesome. And we celebrate the handmaiden of the Lord, Reverend Miriam Salters, that stands by him. That is his balance and equilibrium and encourager and the lifter of his arms. And what a blessing, what a blessing, what a blessing. Let me remind you today that you reap what you sow, not what you intended to sow. And the faithfulness that he has sown into my life, God has blessed faithfulness back into his own life through Candace and Franklin. What a blessing they are to this house. To be in the house and to love the house of God and not have to be made to come here. But a joy. What a blessing and a gift that is. And let me just tell you this. Whatever blessing that God brings on them, you're next. Is headed your way. You claim it for your household, that it will flow down. This is a time now for flow down blessings. So thank God. Thank you so much for being faithful to the call of God. And every time that you were tempted to quit, thank you for showing up anyway. This is not ordinary, and what you have stepped into here, what you have built here, is not ordinary. I don't ever want you to take it for granted. This is not ordinary. This is exceptional. And I have no regrets that God birthed the vision for this ministry in his heart, and that today you live in the reality of it. This is good ground. He's been a good and faithful son. There were some that were sent out and I had to shut the ministries down. But this one has flourished. My heart rejoices. So I just want you to know that what God is doing here is not ordinary. And I pray that you'll allow me to just speak out of my spirit into your hearts today, a word of the Lord. And let me just tell you this. If you've ever just wanted God to use you, I will say that God will only use people who are bold enough to show up. I don't care how gifted you are. If you don't show up, he can't use you. I don't care how well you can sing, how well you can play an instrument. If you don't show up, he can't use you. I don't care how anointed your hands are. If you don't show up, he can't use you. Half the battle is showing up. Look at your neighbor, tell him, thank you for showing up today. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing up. God is only going to use the people who show up. You can only use and depend on people in your life who will show up. Take your seat, take your seat. It's going to be a long journey. But when you show up, I'm glad that God shows up because he wants to show up in you. He came to show up in you. He came to show up in you. He can only use people in your life who will show up. You don't remember the people who didn't show up. You remember the ones who did. At the end of the day, you build with the people who show up. You build with the people who show up. And sometimes God just needs to bring somebody in your life because they showed up. It's not always the smartest, the brightest, the strongest, the most gifted, but God's going to use the one who shows up. And this is why if you ever in your heart will say, here am I, Lord, send me. If you show up, God will use you. The only reason that God used David is because David showed up. And he showed up in faithfulness. He showed up, David showed up in faithfulness every single day to take care of stinking, dirty sheep. He showed up, even when his brothers made fun of him. When it came time for somebody to fight Goliath, and they couldn't find anybody who was bold enough, courageous enough to go and fight Goliath, David showed up. David showed up. The faithful shepherd boy showed up. And may I tell you, before God ever sent Moses down to Egypt to tell Pharaoh to let his people go, For every day for 40 years, Moses was a shepherd who just showed up in the field. He showed up to shepherd Jethro's flock for 40 years and didn't hear a word from God, but he showed up. For 40 years, he showed up. For 40 years, some of you have showed up for 17 years. God's going to use the one that will suddenly, my God, and I'm telling you, there are about 80-something suddenlies in Scripture where God just suddenly just steps in. You've been faithful, and wondering when, and all of a sudden, suddenly, it is only the ones who show up that suddenly get the miracle. Can you imagine that there were 500 that started tarrying for the Holy Ghost? But by the day of Pentecost, 50 days later, out of that 500, only 120 were there. Only 120 showed up. Only 120 had the testimony that said that when the wind began to blow, the house was filled, and cloven tongues like it a fire. 120 saw it. Only they were the ones who showed up. They were the ones who showed up. Part of your victory is just being able to say, God, I had the faith today to show up. And just because you showed up today didn't mean that you're not going through anything. It didn't mean that the devil didn't fight you on your way today trying to show up. In fact, while you show up, all hell starts breaking loose, and something happens with your outfit and can't find your keys and misplace your phone, and an argument starts over stupid stuff, but you showed up anyhow. I'm so glad that you pressed your way and that you still showed up even with bills due, even with taxes due.